And last time on Conqueror of Avernus, you all got to travel through time for the second time. Because Lulu had this genius idea. She's like, hey, if the shaman before did it, and this one has the same sort of power, could they do it? And the team's like, you're a genius. Though they might be double thinking that when they made it to the past. As most of the team was sent to Dusty's original hometown, seeing the sheer moments when his life changed drastically and Zariel showed up. You had an opportunity to change history like there's no tomorrow. But you decided instead to keep Dusty's past as it was, heroes saving him. Everyone except Kieran's character, Isaac, however, who ended up deposited in the final hours of the Kingdom of Blackrock. As you made your way through, you found, as the DM put the last of the cards on the table, or at least most of them, he still got a couple aces up his sleeve, of course, finding out that the youth you saw in your visions, the King of Blackrock, Godslayer, Dusty, all of them, are the same person, once after another after another. And, as you awoke from this dreamscape, you found Christina's life was the cost for it. Having fighting against the Void herself, as Lulu would later confirm, she wouldn't let them stop her. She saw this through to the end, so Zariel gave her everything she could. Gave her a little more life force. And, in her time in passing, she left you with a few warning. Anybody remember what she had said at the end of last session?
She said,
It was...
we're not the prime timeline, we're in fact the last timeline.
Sorry to interrupt. I got an error loading to the Christina map, so I refreshed. And now I'm getting the site can't be reached.
Oh,
I'm getting that as well.
Foundry's having a day. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to double check to make sure my network didn't kick out.
The map
it's
didn't
still on
load
hard.
for me.
Let me
Yeah.
take a look here. Gonna close that, and I'll quickly reload Foundry.
Oh, you lost connection to server, so I guess let us know when to.
Yep, I'll quickly reload Foundry. I still haven't updated Foundry. The newest update's a little wonky, and my version works just fine. Except right now.
I've been a little reluctant to update too.
You'll want to type F5 when you get a second, and it should pop right back in for you. And it should pop you into the summit. And I'm just double checking on everything. Oh, and as mentioned, I'll make a note of it now, just so we have it on the recording, so everybody remembers. Though we're all quite aware. Courtney, her life, her job, has driven her up the wall. In a good way, mind you, keeping her busy, which is kind of nice at these times. So she'll be out probably for a couple weeks. However, I will say, to the team, I tip my hat. I'm going to give you all a point of inspiration, because there was a lot of moments, what the hell would Bellamy do? And then the team thought up, banish the kid. I laughed so hard. I had to mute my mic for a minute, and I was like, yes, that is exactly what Courtney probably would have done. Something like that, very much. So you all get a point of inspiration for that, by the way. Try not to spend it all in one place. Or if you want, you can spend it all on one fight. You might need to. Right, so while we're all loading back in, I did pose a question rather than re-explain. You mentioned that she said you're not the prime timeline, you're the final timeline. She did warn there was one other timeline, that there were two left. But this one was the final timeline. Though she didn't really have time to expand on that, what with her turning to dust and all. The DM also gets his last laugh at that one, been like, ha, I didn't rip off Loki. This long plan. Though I did get a kick out of the fact that they had the same thing.
Sorry, Alan. I've not watched Loki.
Neither have I.
Can't get into programs where like the bad guy's the protagonist. Just doesn't appeal.
That's fair. That explains if you're not a fan of Trailer Park Boys either. I mean,
by the end of it, I was kind of watching it for the sake of it. I mean, it was. I watched it because it was from here, and I was new here, so it seemed like
it felt like a rite
idea
of
to watch
passage.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
but you are like, oh, these guys should be in prison. I know they ended up there and they kept getting out.
Yep. That's the idea. They're meant to be the most petty and smallest of the lowest criminals. Like someone's like, "Hey Ricky, I got $15." You go, $15? Where'd you get that kind of money, bud? And that sums it up in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Bubbles was like, "Look, it's in high def now," and he's got a 4x3 TV there, CRT. That's the level of stupidity that I loved on the show, and the bad guys always lose. I kind of compare it to the shows where you're watching like the Three Stooges, just going being nuts. I find they lost a bit of that in the last seasons, but I mostly just watch it out of habit now when it pops up. I couldn't help myself. Though my niece was on the most recent season of their jail one. She's literally visiting someone in the lockup for a quick minute, and she's only like 14 at the time, mind you, if that. So you know. You can't even know it, so you see her from the side view and back for all of 3 seconds before they go to the guy. So that's my moment of being like, hey, my niece was on TV.
That's all you need.
I got that connection. They're all right guys, though. They usually have a good sense of humor if you bump into them anywhere in the city. Alrighty, looks like everyone's loaded in and you're all on the map. So that's the first thing. Anybody remember the second thing she had mentioned? I mean, besides the obvious, hey, wasn't there one more of you? That was just fun.
There was something about you specifically, wasn't it? Or someone specifically about the bells, when the bells...
She whispered to Alec when
right.
the bells... When you hear the bells ring, you'll need to kill 7 dragons.
Gotta love those shamans and their future predicting ways. Another hat tip for Jillian, the only character who's like, nope, not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Just gives the DM an excuse to be all cryptic and weird. With that, though, she has passed. She's gone. Cannot be brought back. Obliterated by the power of the void itself. The same place that the gods set the Godslayer. Also, as mentioned, Kieran's simulacrum managed to survive. Though he's pretty much spent. You might want to cast a wish spell, buddy. He's pretty much spent. And he saw a little bit of stuff as well. Mostly the Ascension, when Sardior was fully revived. And you all know the rest of the story at that point. The gods stood against him, destroyed him, tore his reality into pieces, and created the multiverse. So you know.
Good stuff.
Cycle repeated. They were playing poker and I just put down most of my cards and it's like, there you go. But I still got 1 or 2 back and everyone's like, shoot.
Isn't it crazy, like, in a number of multiverses there is, imagine how disappointing it would be if you, like, met the most boring version of, like, a multiverse self. Like, Alec met Alec, and the only difference was this Alec was blonde. Still a completely different Alec, but you're like, oh, I mean, I guess.
I guess
that's cool.
He's an angel and he's got glasses. He's playing dragon chess, and he's like, "Oh, would you like to sit for a game?" It's like, what the hell? Oh my word! That's the one thing I love about the beauty of Dungeons and Dragons. You can write any story you want. I mean, to a degree. If you write a bad story, you're gonna have some pissed off players.
So it turns out, so you all die. What? It's the world-ending event. You couldn't have stopped it. What? No, you become drunk with power.
DM goes on Reddit. So I did a TPK. Am I the asshole here? I kind of like that actually about those forums, because some people will be like, I think I'm the asshole here, but I don't know. And people are like, yes, this is why. And they're like, thank you. You have educated me for being a better person. I need to go apologize.
Well, I'll be honest. From what I usually see is they, rather than I've learned, I'm going to change my ways. It's more people going like, no, I was right. I was here for you to validate me. Why are you not validating me?
Oh, that happens.
See a
often
lot
enough,
of
too.
that.
The way she goes. Now, with that, Kieran's character had popped in, and he's full of a whole bunch of info.
And he would explain basically everything that he saw while he was in his own kind of experience, everything with being there in the city, and up to going to the temple and encountering Zariel and having a very unfortunate encounter with her.
You gonna tell all this in front of Lulu and Zariel?
Yeah,
Lulu's
Zariel
eyes
knows.
starting to tear up. It's like, what do you do, Zariel? And Zariel's like, I was ordered to do it. And Lulu's like, oh, okay, it's okay then.
Yeah. At this point, I've already basically kind of confronted Zariel a little bit about it anyway, so she knows that at this point that was me. So, and I saw what she did, but it's kind of filling in the rest of the party.
And Zariel would take a moment after your story, even though there was that where you give her the sly, like, yeah, you killed me. Because I remember that from last week. She'd give you a smile, put a hand on your shoulder, and say, well, you should be proud of yourself. I've never seen a pit fiend scared of a mortal. That was impressive. When you apparently, you as a dragon was enough to make him poop himself. And she laughs a little.
Isaac's not really gonna laugh with it.
Nope. Oh, that's no surprise. It's just Zariel takes this in stride. It just does not. Even Lulu, after Zariel says, no, I was ordered, Lulu's like, oh, all right, yeah, that's fine then.
Yeah. It very much is essentially just a difference in, like, the interpretations of morality, right? Like, so.
The DM shakes his head. But, more on that later. So, what is the plan now?
Okay. Just let me check my notes. Oh wait, right. We needed the feather, so Zariel. No, I need to read my notes. Sorry, I was going to try and wing it there. Get it? Feather, wing.
The feather.
We use the feather to fix her sword so she can regain her powers. Did we by chance happen to get her to give us the location of how to get to that place?
You talking
The whole
Kintyre?
reason yeah.
That, well, at that point you were speaking with Mephisto, who said, hey, you go and find out how to get there, and I'll let you go. Mephisto knows where it is.
I thought Mephisto didn't know where. Or no, he knew where it was. He didn't know how to get in.
Yep. And you all know how to get in now. That was revealed to you really early before the whole vision walk thingy. I mean, y'all remember that one, right?
Yeah. So the key is the song that we heard from the automaton, I guess we call it, the center of the maze, and
I'm sure
so
if
Bellamy
Courtney was
has, yeah.
She'd be pumping a fist like, I know how. Because it's totally her character's bag. She aced that challenge. It's like, you need to keep rolling higher on each check, and she's like, I'm gonna do it. Oh.
Yes.
The
So
only way to
if
make
so,
it through hell, brave tenacity. Sorry, you go ahead.
oh no worries. So I think Bellamy needs to practice a bit. So I guess we tell Mephisto we know how to get in, then he'll tell us where it is. I didn't quite hear you, Dan, when you were talking. You were kind of quite quiet. But were you talking about Zariel using the feather to get her powers back or something?
Yes.
case would
We need to take this feather and the sword back to Smiler. The Smiler needs Zerial's feather to imbue into the sword, which would then allow Zerial to regain her powers as an angel.
okay.
Are you saying that within earshot of Zerial?
No.
So Jade comes over and he's like whispering this to Alec. No, man, I got the feather and it's all set up. You could just using the magics and you get that stealthy moment.
Right.
Zerial,
okay.
meanwhile, is like cleaning out one of Ilulu's ears of snow, and she's like, "How do you have so much back-to-back here?"
Right. Okay. And when she gets her powers back, she says she can help Rhea. Okay. So I guess, are we going to the airship, then back to Smiler? Because I don't think we had any kind of deadline.
The problem becomes the only way we have to track where we're going will only point us to Mephisto. Because we have to cross the water, right?
The return compass.
Oh, right. Okay, I forgot. We don't have the airship. No, we do have the airship.
It's navigational. The issue.
It's,
do.
yeah,
But the only way to navigate here is if you have the specialized compass. We only have a specialized compass that points us back to Mephisto.
Yeah, but thankfully Smiler's like based close to it, so we can easily make a quick side trip.
Is that the case? Because Gargoth guided us from that town.
Gargoth is still at the with oh my god, what's the name?
Mephisto.
Yes, Mephisto.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
the Guardian.
It
I
was
guess-
just we needed Gargoth to go through the wall.
Right.
But
But-
Mephisto says he'll open that for us. So we should, in theory, be able to use the compass to guide us back to that island, then go back and see Smiler, and then go to Mephisto.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can definitely give it a go. I think because either way, we got to get back to Mephisto's domain before we can go any further, and regardless of what direction we're going. So I guess we're hopping back on the airship, and I'll start healing people.
The question is, do we want to take any kind of resting before we take it off? Because we almost ran into that dragon.
That's true.
Mm.
For how long
The
have
ship
we
outran
been
a
in?
dragon.
Okay,
Ran
now
out.
I'm even more concerned because the DM is suggesting to outrun a dragon.
I was just about to say we outran the dragon this time.
Very luckily.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we should rest. Well, can we rest? How long were we in that ritual for?
Mm.
An hour?
Don't
I just popped the clock forward an hour. It wasn't that
Yeah.
long. It was real time. Also, I found the dragon that would catch up with you. It's jet powered. Vroom. Oh, I was trying to exit. Sorry, I didn't mean to actually do a show to players on that. When you do the
Nice.
pop-ups and pop-outs with this UI, the click's not exactly perfect, I've noticed.
Okay. Well, it sounds like with not enough time has passed for us to
Do a
have a
long
long rest, but
Yeah.
we can definitely have a short rest before we set off, and I can get people back to a decent state. I'll use my wild shape. Do I have wild shape left? I will. Yeah, okay. I'll activate my starry form of the chalice. And I'll start by casting a heal on Zariel, because she seems the most hurt. Oh no, I guess Isaac is hurt, but you don't need 70 hit points. She does. Right, so heal on Zariel.
Flux is just gonna build a little memorial to Christina.
Then
Take whatever's left and just kind of like make a little stack of rocks or ice or whatever's handy. And
That's my next Lulu's cutscene. I'd give you a point of inspiration for being psychic, but you've already got inspiration, so. Pardon me. Because Lulu was going to be going over, setting up some incense and doing all that. So as she's bringing over a bag of stuff that she got out of Jade's pocket, you know, walks over, lot 3A, please. And Jade's like, yeah, here you go, because, you know, it's Lulu.
yeah, me and Lulu can make it a team project. I'll help her.
As Lulu's on her way over and sees Flux already starting, she gets a little teary-eyed. She goes, oh my word, you're such a good person. Come here. And she's pulling out the incense and all that. And both of you together. No problem. Just picture a little elephant sitting there with its two legs held together praying.
So, Zariel gets back 70 hit points, and Isaac will get back 19.
I'll just take my second wind. Because that should heal me at least 19, and I think I'm not that far away from my total. So I'll roll and I'll get back on my short
We
rest.
do plan. Yeah, we plan on doing a short rest. So you can also
Yeah, well,
roll
I may as well, instead of using a hit die, I'm saying I'll just use my second wind, because I will get that back on a short rest anyway. So.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was gonna
didn't
say.
hit-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I was just gonna say I forgot to hit VTT, but I got 25 hit points back, Alan. If you want to take my word on that,
I'll take your word on it. I'm a pretty
I'll
flexible
hit
when it comes
VTT
to
now.
I
Alright,
saw
yeah.
it pop up in the game log.
Yeah, it should be in the game log.
verify.
Yeah,
Then
that'll bring me back to full anyway, so I'm good.
Ooh. I'm rolling hit die for Zariel. She's at 162 of 164. I rolled 10. That's lucky. She keeps 19 of them. And she takes her short rest. She also helps out as well, saying mantras and such like that from behind as Lulu begins prayer. Zariel a little quiet, you know, like, bless his poor fallen soul, and where they have flown, and where they will go, and what they have done. For their sacrifice today will make the world a much better place. You know. Bellamy, meanwhile, is just rocking out on the ship with Duga beside her head banging. She's like, I will master this so we don't screw it up. Only because Courtney isn't here, and, you know. Usually I just get a character to be, like, messed up a little bit, but I'm not doing that. Meanwhile, Isaac is regaining all the HP.
I can promise you that that's exactly how Courtney would deal with something like that, would be to just rock out.
You don't. What is it? I paid for 19 hit dice. I'm going to use 19 hit dice.
Yep.
I'll actually leave it there because I'm only 2 hit points below max now.
There is another issue, however, with Isaac's concentration having faltered. You know, not regular Isaac, but clone Isaac. You don't presently have a dome for protection.
Oh, I
so
can cast that myself.
there you go. Just to make sure that's taken care of.
Oh, yeah.
The tiny hut doesn't require concentration.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I mean his magical power was zapped out by being blasted through the ether. and the
Oh,
globe and
right,
stuff.
right, okay. All right, fair.
Plot
That's
knocked
a
his
little
shield
different.
Let's be honest here. In all truth, that simulacrum should have went pop, but I decided if Kieran threw the simulacrum away and ran, you know, using that as a means for him to get to where he needed to go, I'd give a little extra plot out from what the simulacrum saw as opposed to just killing it. Because let's be honest, you saw what that pit fiend did to you. That thing hits like a tank against spellcasters.
Mm-hmm.
They turned into a dragon and it was like shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're basically, like, the chick change is the only way I was going toe-to-toe with it, so...
Oh yeah. Nothing happens during your short rest, perched atop this quiet, lonely mountain in the distance. The snow continues to fall and the temperatures stay so damn cold. The only thing of entertaining that happens at one point is that Crickendolt's earwax starts running around like there's no tomorrow around the area, and he's chasing behind his little abyssal chicken. And he manages to find his little abyssal chicken, pick it, and goes back to the ship. It's about the only thing that really happens of any note. You have a very quiet, short rest. So let me bump that clock another hour forward.
Alan, you said Lonely Mountain, and then immediately in my head I heard the song from The Hobbit.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I did that, but that's good. I like that.
I'm like one of Pavlov's dogs.
Makes me think of the Bare Naked Lady song. Ring a bell and I'll salivate. How'd you like that? Anybody? No? Okay.
Oh, that's some old school. I love it.
Brian Wilson's one of my favorite songs.
Right, so I guess we head back now?
I suppose so.
Let's fly, you fools.
Alrighty. You do have a
No,
little...
crates will fly up a little bit. This good for you?
Lou's gonna look up at him and squint a little bit and nod her head. Yeah, he's still a bit sarcastic, isn't he? I didn't change any when he got his wings. He goes up there, he's like, oh yeah, I can fly. And we're like, yeah, you don't say. All of us just floating around in circles. Lulu's packing up all of her good vestments that she had brought out as they gave some respect to Christina, hoping her spirit would find rest. But that's another fact entirely. And as you all board the vessel, the important question the DM must ask. Who's piloting?
I will.
Jade takes the wheel. All right.
Look, the Flux won't be far away, in case he needs backup.
No crates would also be nearby.
So I'm going to go ahead and switch over as you're making your way.
I'll keep a lookout. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'll make a switch over as you're all making your way.
Downtown? Walking fast?
I was going to say making your way down the side of the mountain, but John's a little impatient and wanted to jump onto a meme. So as you're going, you hit a little bit of air turbulence. That Warforged get knocked right out the ship. And thanks to divine intervention, you fail your deck save. Bam! Face first into the ground. The power of the DM as he was making his way downtown.
How much damage do I take?
Oh, I'm only messing as always. Now, let me just check.
Oh,
make sure
I'm
I got
willing to
everyone.
play along.
Oh, I'm not that silly. See the
Since the
Warforged's
ship
legs
moves-
just sticking up out of the snow. Oh, sorry, Dan.
I said since the ship moves so fast, you take max fall damage.
Oof. That's actually true. If it's going 500, that would be. So I got Bellamy.
Yeah, for some reason, in the 3 minutes it took to fall, he didn't think to fly. It was the weirdest thing.
I should do something about this. Nah.
Nah, this is fine.
So yeah, I got everybody on the map. Awesome. Just to make sure, in case I'm not forgetting someone. As you're all flying on your ship, having yourselves a good old-fashioned time. Around this time, just as shortly after you're taking off, Zariel's gonna clear a few steps between her and Flux. She'll walk up and put a hand on your shoulder and give a nod and said, "So, Fulminoxus, were you successful in obtaining my feather?"
I think the guys grabbed it, yeah?
And she'll look towards basically everybody else on the ship and extend her arms out. Well, was it a waste of our time, or has this been a success?
Oh,
I can't lie to her, you guys. She's Lulu's best friend.
Jade
Lulu's standing beside her. Oh, sorry.
quiet that we didn't give. Alright, okay.
Lulu standing beside her, wide-eyed, looking excited with a big smile on her face. So, you know, you got to deal with that too. If you're gonna lie, you're gonna have to lie to Lulu.
Flux would never.
The DM's ultimate weapon, Lulu. Truth is, I love her too. I think everybody does. Such a good NPC.
How can you not?
It's very rare they pull that off. I love it.
I guess Alec will just look at Jade because he has the goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Zariel smiles, though you see a somewhat sad look on her face, and she nods and says, "All right," and extends out a hand towards you. "Give it here, then. We should get this over with."
You can restore your powers with just the feather?
She gives a nod. She's like, "Yes, of course. It's a direct link to my own angelic power. It'll restore me, and I'll restore my own sword. We are connected, one and the same, as much as a spirit is to anything else in this world that it inhabits."
Flux will just be like, Zariel, no offense. And I'll like kind of look at Lulu like a little guiltily. And I'll be like, are we 100% sure that it's going to be the you that we're expecting? Not how you used to be? We are in hell after all, and it's not a good look for you, Zariel, I'm not going to lie.
Zariel gives a chuckle and lowers her hand a bit, putting it on her hip. "Well, I can only get that power if I were to walk to Asmodeus for a second time and once again submit my fealty. It's not quite so simple of a thing. It's like I said to your friend, when I had to cut him down, I had my orders. It's one reason I hesitate returning. The freedom of being mortal, you don't understand what you have, in that you have free will. That's a gift I lose once I pick my feather back up. So yes, I'll certainly be exactly who I was, but it's who I am now that I fear I will lose, though I know very little of it. However," she clenches her fist, looks back up towards the team, "I did make a promise that I'd do what I can to bring Rhea back, and I promise you I'll do everything I can to bring Rhea back."
I believe you, Jillian I's the DM. I just have a bad feeling. No?
John to the DM. I don't trust you.
That's probably a good thing.
Flux says that she trusts Zariel. Jillian does not trust the DM.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's okay.
We're having like a two-layered conversation here.
The players, "Okay, Zariel, maybe." All the or the characters, "Okay, Zariel, maybe." All the players to the DM, "Up yours." Oh.
And how does this make you feel?
Is that to Zariel or the DM?
Yes.
Probably
'Cause
makes
now I'm
Alan feel like he's
confused.
doing his job.
Zariel, you don't seem thrilled at reclaiming your powers.
Well, as I said, I take on this power, and once more I lose my free will. It's not a feeling I've ever had to hold. I can make my own decisions, certainly as an angel. But when I'm told what to do, I must obey. It's not an option. That's a gift that you mortals have, or maybe a curse. I've not yet decided. The lack of needing to think about something, to simply know that you are correct in your assumptions, is incredibly powerful.
So what exactly is the process? If we give you the feather, you restore the power to your sword, then you get your angelic power back?
It's more of a two-pronged situation, my friend. I simply accept my power again. It will restore me to who I was. Or, It should, and she gives a bit of a laugh. With all this multiverse, timeline, weird stuff, this is beyond me. If we end up summoning another me, I will laugh. I will honestly laugh, and we'll have to figure out something else. I don't have absolutes for you, my friend. I really don't. This is unprecedented.
Okay.
I do feel the need to point out we already have summoned another Zerial. It tried to kill us, so...
She nods. I am aware. I think I will be a better stance against her with my angelic powers than I am now, as I barely understand how to fire a bow, but this body seems perfectly capable of dishing out some serious damage with one.
Okay. Just before you go ahead and do it, you're immortal now with way more knowledge about this kind of stuff than anybody ever has before. Have you considered a loophole somewhere along those lines? Can you think of anything sneaky?
She gives a bit of a shake of her head. I am an angel of Lythander, and I will follow that to the grave should I become an angel once more. It's a higher calling. Though I will certainly be of your assistance. As said, it's not my choice to make these decisions as they are made.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I feel bad telling someone to throw away their free will, but Ray is kind of stuck just now, so I don't know. Is we going to get into a big moral debate on ethics, and shall we throw away Zariels for Reyes? What is the nature of a man? What is the nature of an angel? To be or not to be? Someone must stop me from rambling.
On her own designs, when she was set onto the mortal plane, she fought against the forces of hell like a true warrior. But that being said, as she mentions in regards to killing Isaac, she had her orders. When ordered on high to destroy, she'll do it. Though she may not have wanted to, and as she's now indicated, she never had the free will to make the decision not to do so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kieran's like, oh, damn it, I just wanted Isaac to be mad at her. Stop making it more detailed than it needs to be, Alan.
How about this? How about we give you the feather? Then you just decide what you want to do.
She gives a blink a few times and then nods and says, that's probably fair. If you're willing, I will take it up.
She said
I got a... So,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
She say I got a... Just because I've been burned before, I gotta do an insight check though.
By all means, give it a roll.
You know what? This feels important, and we get it all the time, and I never use it because I'll keep waiting for a save. But I've got to use inspiration. Oh, God, a 4 and an 8.
Well,
With your natural high insight at a 21. Under 20, you wouldn't have got it, so you can feel your natural instincts. As you know, Zariel now, you're able to scope a little bit better and get a feel for it. Sadly, as she said, her time as a mortal has been short, and her abilities to hide her emotions not the best. Beyond the strength of character she displays and her willingness to do this, you do see she is, in fact, hiding something. Fear. She's afraid to do this.
why? No, Chris doesn't know, so we can't ask.
Look, Grace is like, why would you not want to pick up the golden power once more? I did it, look at me.
No,
The fear
it's-
of changing to that, back to what she was, losing what she has. To be more precise with the insight. You're getting to feel that, yeah, she's telling the truth. And not only is she hesitant, she's somewhat afraid to lose what she has. That sort of natural fear of not knowing. Possibly another curse of being mortal.
I don't know how you play that. Alex not going to. I don't think he's going to call it out in a group setting. That seems shady. You want a side? Let's sidebar Zariel. Sidebar for a second. Go off to the side a little bit. And
The team all goes to the side of the boat. Lulu comes over with you, pops her nose up. Can I be in the sidebar? I'm not Zerial.
oh, I mean, it wasn't even a question, Lily. Of course you can.
She hops up. Plus, if you have questions about Zerial while you're thinking, Lulu would make a decent proxy for those questions to get an answer. She does know Zerial fairly well, after all.
Yeah.
The DM basically saying, I slid her in there for you all. Oh, Dan, that's the best. I missed that elephant that you posted. I'm posting that into the chat. That goes right in there. That's Lulu when she's with Jillian at the Flux. And that was perfect.
Okay. You're scared?
She gives a bit of a nod and says, one's always worried to lose what they have when you don't know what's going to happen. And of course I'm scared. I said I'm going to do what I can to bring Rhea back, but what if I get my power, my blade, my ability, and I can't? Then I would have lied to you all, and I feel guilty about that. It's a lot of pressure. She gives a nod. I'm not used to feeling this way. I'm not used to having to think a little further. I'm normally steadfast in a design, and I go that way. But now I hesitate. Now I wonder, is it the right way? Is this good? Will this work? Won't this work? She gives her head a bit of a shake, and maybe it's better I turn back to what I was, so I don't have to worry like this. I don't think my mind is meant to be mortal. She's having the jitters.
You don't need to do it now. You can wait.
Dariel gives a bit of a nod and says, that might be for the best.
I just didn't want to say you were afraid in front of everyone.
She gives a light chuckle, gives your character a pat on the shoulder and nods and says, it's an odd feeling. Not one I'm used to. Apprehension, certainly. Caution, of course, but not fear.
Think of it as a superpower.
It feels
It makes
more
you
like a
think.
weakness.
No, it makes you think faster, run faster. Can't be brave unless you're afraid.
And she tilts her head a bit to the side and nods. She's like, there may be some merit in that. Caution and fear do well to keep mortals alive.
Also, try flipping a coin. Decide what you want to do as it spins, and then when it lands, depending on how you feel, you'll know your answer. But you don't want to be an angel again. We'll get Rhea back. I mean, no offense, but you archdevils and celestial types are a bit overblown. We'll get her back.
She gives a bit of a laugh and nods and says, well, you may be right. Do you have a coin?
Yes. And we'll go in to my pouch and get one of the original 10 gold coins I started with. And see.
Ah, nice.
There's a druid for you.
I don't know if you're allowed to give those 10 up yet.
I think he's trying to say how much it means to him, but he's getting rid of something that's been a part of his character.
I have more because
Let's-
I mean you've seen Jade. But
No,
I'm still
no,
not
but not the original 10, right? Like,
yeah.
And Kieran's on a quick be right back. And let's be honest here, once that coin's in the air, you're gonna have Alec watching it like, when that lands, it's mine again.
No.
Actually, I kind of have to be right back too, so maybe Kieran and I can both get the update when I get back.
Yeah, sure.
My door's open, so I'm going to watch Jillian sprint to the bathroom in a second.
Well, Zariel's gonna reach a hand out, take the coin in one hand. A dragon left over from Waterdeep, because that was way back where money first came from with the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Spins it between her fingers casually, pops it on her thumb, makes a flick, misses a bit, shuffles the coin in her hand, looks up towards you, gives a glare and says, "You saw nothing." Then flips the coin into the air. Pops down, catches it as she looks. Heads. Holds the coin back out towards you. Looks like I have to ask Jade for a feather.
Keep the coin.
She gives a smirk, spins it around, pops it behind an ear. You have a feeling it's going to be more decoration for her than anything in the long run, but sentimentality is always a great thing.
I mean, it's decoration for Alec too, so it's fine.
You just see some alternate universe. We've got a Pirates of the Caribbean version of Zariel, and she's like tying it in her hair with one of the pieces of 8 or something. I can barely remember the movie, but you know what I'm referencing. She like puts it dangling. She goes, "Aye." Yar, mateys.
Or is it 8 pieces of 9?
Something like that. You know what I'm on for. He was the only one that actually had money, though, so I mean, ballin'. But yeah, exactly, Dan. You've got it nail on the head there. Ah, the old classics. So, speaking of Dan, Zariel's gonna turn towards him with one step, and she's gonna hold a hand out and smile and say, "All right, Jade, if I could have my feather."
And that will bring me to where I was at before in asking. You said there's a chance you would restore your powers if you combine back with your feather. There's still a chance of failure with that. Would that change if we imbued the feather into the sword and you took that up?
Oh, I wouldn't attempt that method. That's very risky. The power of the feather is mine, and the sword is an offshoot of my soul. Very intricately connected to my angelic self, indeed, but it's an extension of the self. Both of these things are extensions of the self. If you try to combine an extension with an extension, it might work. And she gives a little bit of a skeptical squint of her eyes. Smiler is certainly a gifted smithy, but he's taking a risk nonetheless. I don't think he could do it. You could attempt with him, but from my experience and the way that these things work traditionally, it should work just flawlessly for me without any trouble. The only issue we'd have, in fact, that would defer me from being able to do it, which wouldn't affect my old feather, is if the gods refuse to give me my power back. That is always an option. Divine intervention and all that crap. She looks over towards Bellamy and gives a nod. You know, you try talking to them all the time. And she's on the violin, pauses for a moment, looks up and says, "All the time, they never listen." And she goes back. And that's the DM making a reference to when Courtney's attempted to do that role. And it's gone poorly, unfortunately, because the odds are so astronomically against her, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll give her the feather.
All right. She gingerly extends a hand out, takes the feather with a nod and a smile. And as she does, Jillian, you back?
No, she's still AFK.
I'll just give it a few moments because she's going to need to give me a perception check. The rest of you can as well, but it's not nearly as important. Clearly, something's targeting her.
It's nice to actually have real perception again, opposed to the -1.
Another 4. The gods of Olympus have abandoned me.
No,
Rolling above
Dean,
20 with that, still the gods are like, up yours. Burn
Dean,
your bad rolls
You
now.
know you're allowed to roll more than 10, right?
I
You
mean,
say that.
technically, yes.
Welcome back. Zariel's got her feather back from Jade. As she was taking it from him and she does her little speech, I said that I'm going to need a perception check from Jillian. Everyone else can give me one too if they really want, but she's the important one at the moment, and she has stepped out for a quick sec, so...
Ah, jeez. Okay.
So we're just sitting in limbo till.
Well, I had a good time. I had a good time to duck out for a minute then, because.
Well, she kind of ducked out right when you got back, so... We'll just give it a minute, though.
Oh,
She
never
just
mind.
stepped out for a quick moment.
Oh yeah.
Oh, countdown's begun. I can hear movement.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, well, it was a quick break. Has anyone played that new Sifu game? I'm currently obsessed.
Which game?
Sifu.
Oh, seafood. Okay, I thought you said seafood. I'm like, what? You mean Sushi Go board game? No, I've heard good things about it. So.
What's it about?
It's kind of like the plot's like straight from like an old school like kind of kung fu movie. You're a student out to get revenge against this gang that killed your father and master, and it's like a roguelike. It's really difficult, and you kind of age as you die until like this magical amulet can't revive you anymore. It's really cool. There's a lot, like the camera angle changes and it looks like a hallway fight scene from Daredevil at times. It's pretty good.
Sounds like a pretty good one.
So what did I miss?
Good times. They had a heartfelt communicative talk with Zariel. She admitted her fears,
Lovely.
and then they gave her her feather. After which,
Oh, okay.
as they were passing her their feather, I was like, hey, Jillian, give me a perception check with Flux. Everyone else got one too, but you're the important one.
I'm the important one. Oh dear.
But by the way, Dean, that would be me at the end of the game. Oh, nice.
That's a good one.
What did I get? I'm the
You
Peter's
got a
level, so-
26.
Nice. That's really good. That's almost as good as I can roll.
Alrighty. And now, what I'm going to need from you is either an athletics or an acrobatics check, whichever you're proficient in, to avoid a grapple.
Oh no. Athletics.
Uh,
31. Just give me 1 second here.
so Zariel grab the feather and then tries to grapple his foot.
Yes, exactly.
Oh boy. I knew it was gonna be bad, you guys. I knew it.
Look at this. For some reason, not trusting the DM is the right call. Who would have thunk it?
I did. 5 minutes ago.
I just realized you gave me a hint something bad was going to happen and I didn't catch it.
What was the hint?
Not gonna be enough with the boosts in order to grapple her. God, that's
Not?
close. Give me 1 second here. I gotta do math. I was overwhelmingly high, but then Jillian rolls a 16.
The hint was we avoided talking to Zariel about Smiler being the one putting this feather into the sword, and she mentioned Smiler when taking the feather from me.
Yeah, she has really good
Oh,
hearing. She's an elf.
actually-
You see the ears. And John, yeah, you're 100% correct, because the sky
I know that.
air is open. Fire burning through the air as from 500 feet above your head, what looks like a comet drops from the sky, sledgehammering into the side of your ship. Jade, since you're the pilot, give me a dex save as you try to control your vessel from the sudden strike as a burning pair of wings spread wide. And indeed, Zariel has managed to grapple Flux by the skim of her teeth, and every friggin' bonus roll the DM can pull.
I'll use my reaction to use Wheel, so Flux can add a d6 to that. Hopefully it'll make a difference.
Be better.
Alright, now I actually have to look at the other abilities here and make sure. Alright, so I get 3 shots with that. Alright, give me 2 more athletics checks. Her hand,
Boy.
I say hand because the other one's chopped off, moving like lightning as she attempts once more to repeatedly grapple you. In a singular instant of Zariel's turn. Other players can use a reaction just like Alec did, but you only get 1. God damn it.
What chopped her hand off?
Plot.
I didn't realize till the end of Descent into Avernus, but when Zariel fell the first time, she lost her hand, so she had like the flail attachment on it.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. For that last one, I'll help as much as I can, Flux.
Okay.
Will Flash Genius give you a +6?
Thank you.
So what's that, 1925?
Yeah.
You managed to dodge her hand the second time, but the third time, she manages to put it directly on your shoulder, and then smiles. Having burnt all 3 of her turns on this one surprise jump she pulled on the party. As the other Zariel looks on like, what in the 9 hells? However, Zariel smiles, and you're like, which Zariel? As she says, too late. And a burst of fire explodes on the side of the vessel, and Flux disappears along with Zariel.
Ruh-roh.
Both of you tear through the air, but since you ace that perception check, you have advantage on the following dex save. Zariel's grip on you wanes as you both fly through the ether itself, as you realize she's teleported you and herself. A very, very, very foolish move outside of the ring of protection provided by Mephisto himself. You've both been thrown asunder as you fly through the air and sledgehammer into the ground. On Christina's summit once more. Oop, give me 1 second here, and I will pull you to this scene. So go ahead, give me a dex save, and you have advantage on this as you fall.
Okay, just 1 sec. Okay. Dexterity, you say?
Yep. Both.
And a saving throw?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna use my inspiration for this.
Now 25 is a pass. And I'll also give you a fun option here. Since Zariel failed hers, she's going to be taking max falling damage. Do you want to roll 20d6 for me?
Oh boy.
So just to confirm, what just happened? We gave Zariel the feather.
Yeah, she's still on the ship with you.
Oh, okay.
Just one burst from the clouds up above. Took 500 foot of
Okay.
fall damage into the ship to get a jump on you. Moved her action to grab Jillian. Well, Flux.
Okay.
And then teleported out with her end of turn action.
Okay, for a second I thought you meant the Zariel who had the feather did this.
I kind of did that on
Would you-
purpose to throw shade. You're like, we can't trust the DM, and it's like, not this time. So 20d6 damage for landing in this one she takes. She also takes an additional 20d6 for the first landing on your ship. So let me apply these 2 rolls of damage to her. Even with those hard hits, Zariel, laying prone on the ground, I will add. I'm just going to pop that on her. Looks barely injured, as you can tell, hovering your mouse over. Jillian, your character lands on her feet hero style due to your dex save. And you only take a small smidge of damage. 4d6 bludgeoning damage, in fact. No more than that. And I only rolled a 3, a 5, a 2, and a 1. Look at that! 11 points of bludgeoning damage. as Flux comes down hard.
Do you even notice that?
Not really. Let's be honest. With a 251.
You got some dirt on my armor.
As you look towards Zariel as she starts to rise up in the snow. I'm gonna go ahead first and foremost. I'm just gonna make a little combat initiative order. Oh my god, I rolled a 1! You see this? I rolled a 1 on initiative. Jillian, go ahead, give me an initiative roll. You're gonna go before her.
Okay, I'll try.
I'd imagine.
She could roll low. Jillian
I can
traditionally has
roll a
some
1
bad luck.
too.
A 12. Alrighty. As combat begins to start and you see Zariel rising up in the snow, she chuckles towards you, narrowing her gaze and says, "Finally, we got you. You'll drop here for sure."
Oh god.
And
So
then
that
this-
11 damage was mine, right?
Oh yeah, you took a small
Okay,
hit of
I
that.
just hadn't applied it yet, so I just wanted to make sure that I did that before I hit the apply button.
But that might not be what's catching your
Okay.
character's attention. Over your shoulder, through the snow and the storm, as the wind twists, you see someone in magnificent armor with a gigantic shield and a rather beastly-looking sword in one hand. A very familiar-looking longsword of apocalypse construction. Again, shame Jade didn't share the info on that one, as this monster starts to walk forward in the battlefield. Let me throw you up a quick picture of what you're looking at for a second combatant who seems to have gotten the jump on you as well.
So it's me and Zariel and this other thing.
Yep.
Fun. It's fun. I'm having a great time, you guys.
She is not... Oh, I'm looking in the wrong folder. I'm trying to get the picture. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm fine, man. I know what I'm doing. Oh. This monstrosity begins to walk across the battlefield for you. And as this happens, Zariel slowly stands chuckling and says, "And imagine your friends are in a worse state than you. They have to deal with Judicator."
What? What?
And
I don't know what that is, do I?
do you?
Jillian certainly doesn't.
Did everyone else notice a name that Jillian's fighting against?
I'm sure you all
Oh
have.
no, did it show up? I wonder if it's who I think it is.
As a voice echoes out across the snow. "You die here, monster."
Is it Negaria?
We'll get to that in a minute.
I was thinking.
In the meantime, other party members. You're about 2,500 feet away from the summit thanks to your slow travel while chatting with Zariel. What's the plan? As Lulu looks around like, "Oh, what happened? What's she going to do?" Ha! Lulu blinking a bit, she goes, "She's not far," and points her trunk straight in Flux's direction. Because the DM shot himself in the foot. Lulu can sense souls and sense people, right? I said she had that power.
How far are we from that?
Sure.
It's just my and Lulu's innate connection. We don't have to be fancy about it.
Actually, I'll go with that. She's like, "We must save her. She saved my butt too many times. That way. She kind and gives me good belly rubs and squitches and treats."
How far are we from the summit?
2,500 away. And your ship moves slightly over 500 a turn. However, as you're gaining your grounds and looking forward, a little ways off the front of the bow of the ship, you see a familiar-looking angelic monstrosity with platinum wings. One, when you got up close last time, you could see an arm of clockwork on this construction as it floats 20 feet ahead of your ship.
You guys go and get Flux. I'll deal with this. And Alec will jump off the ship. And
Lulu's gonna be grabbing on with the trunk to stop you for a second. There's no way you can outrun the ship. Come on.
the angel?
Yep. Lulu's saying. Because the ship goes 500. She's basically being cautious, Lulu, like, wait, no! Shit's going bad. Not another person leaving. You can sense Lulu's mostly just a little bit scared.
Hello, Fergus.
I've come to save your mamas.
He literally just like pushed the door open, so the heat's getting out. Stared at me for about 2 seconds and then walked upstairs.
Oh my word.
The house is too cold. I needed to warm it up. This'll work.
Okay, I guess we gotta turn this ship around. We gotta go get our dragon.
Yeah, we gotta go get our dragon. We could probably just outfly it and then fight the Zerial plus this with Flux in tow. Because we wouldn't know about Rhea. So.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and pop your minis on the ship to save me a minute? Oh, actually, let me pull the ship back before you do that. I may have made a boo-boo and put it too far forward. There we go. And it's a mini, so I think I just put it on top of everybody.
Right. Oh. So. Alright. Okay.
One second here. I'm gonna have to do this in 2 steps. Otherwise, this thing's just gonna be a pain to not show up correctly. There we go. That'll give you more room to maneuver.
Dean, do you want to see if he has water left in his bowl? Just because you have the wireless headset.
Okay. I'm dying. Save me.
There we go.
Come on, Fergus. It has some water left. It's not entirely empty.
Dean,
What?
I also want to bring down my mini egg since you're up there.
This was her plan the entire time.
I swear to God, it wasn't.
This was her plan the entire time.
The solution is to just get me a wireless headset, and then I won't have to be bugging you, Dean.
It's a pretty simple solution.
If I say, that's what I think.
I'm instigating an egg tax. It's similar to the dad tax.
That sounds like an excellent plan.
Nice.
I know it sounds a little extreme to me.
Extravagant, almost.
We need someone else to extrapolate a joke from this.
Hey, watch all these egg jokes. You might break a few.
Ha!
Oh.
Joke's on you, buddy.
Joke's on you. Amazing, Alan.
Love it.
Don't pile on Dan too quickly. He's just starting to come out of his shell.
The yoke wouldn't be on me. The yoke would be on you because you're the one breaking them.
Not if I throw them to break them.
We're all going to be hard boiled by the end of this fight.
Oh. If I had my way. Maybe. So then, as I have you all set up on your astral skiff looking nice and pretty. And I also have a combat set up, so you're going to want to, roll in your initiatives. And what's the plan?
Thank you.
Take your eggs and eat them in shame.
I won't feel ashamed.
we don't have an. Okay. I'm not
I've
seeing
missed
myself
anyone.
on the tracker. Do I?
Isaac and Isaac?
Yeah.
You might need to reload then, because you're listed there.
Okay. All right.
Oh, was he? Like, I had to add myself to the combat tracker.
No, you all should be in there. I did an F5. I got them all in. Alec, Bellamy,
Did you?
Elismira, Isaac, Jade, Lulu, Nilcrace, and Pup. But nobody has any dice run up. Let me hit F5 on my side, just in case.
Hang on. I'm seeing the combat tracker that Flux is in.
Yeah.
Oh, did I make that the active map for everybody or something? That's weird. It should be per map.
I'm on Snowy Wilderness, but I'm seeing the combat tracker for
Foxes, yeah.
Flux.
Yeah, I accidentally
Yeah, and you
added
rolled
to
into that
myself.
one too. That's very strange. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to activate this one to pull everyone over to Christina's Summit. Just for a brief moment. And now I'm going to jump back over to Snowy Wilderness and reactivate that one.
And now I see it.
Foundry. Little goofy. This worked fine last week when I did this.
So
All right, here we
Pup goes right after me.
In the absolute worst case, I can set up multiple runs. Oof. Too bad that doesn't count.
The Judicator apparently goes first.
Yep. He's also wielding Sword of Zerial. This monstrosity of metal and blades in front of you.
29 suggests that he has a high dexterity or other bonuses.
Yep.
Well, I put the tiebreaker on there, so you know, his dex score is listed.
Alright. Yeah, he's got something.
If I'm reading the text, the dex breaker correctly, do they have a 40 in dex?
Staring out into the snow with this character, your characters would have similar sort of feel. You get the feeling, just glancing towards this monstrosity, that it's considerably more powerful than most things you've seen in the mortal realm. You know, if you had a scouter, it'd be going over 9,000 and blowing up. Just because I had to do it one time. I'll roll in Bellamy, and I'll also roll in, oh, jeez. Oh, God. I'm 19 and a 20. Lulu, roll a 1. Oh, stop using my good dice rolls. I know that's not how odds work, but, you know, it feels like it. And even then...
I listen to and understand people who talk about odds and all that kind of thing in D&D, but I still maintain that they're wrong.
Now,
the dice are spiteful. The dice have free will.
oh, thank God.
All must join the Church of Dice Christ.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get the combat up and running. And I'm going to need a song that fits if you're going to be trying to make your way back to the top.
I need a hero. I'm confident that Flux will be fine and doesn't need a hero, but we need a hero.
Ooh. Maybe I'll look it up and put it in. Lunch break's coming soon. First, it's the Judicator's turn. Floating in front of your ships, it spreads those platinum wings wide and takes off straight forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Zooms past 120 feet. And as it goes, you see spinning through the air as it brings its blade across the edges of your ship, striking over and over and over as it shaves off pieces and health that your ship desperately needs to stay aloft. The sword of Zariel dishing out severe damage, cracking, breaking pieces off from your mighty vessel, which normally has 200 health with its last degrees of updates, is now down to 120 from the awe-inspiring attack as Judicator burns past your ship.
What did the ship start with?
200. He did 80 damage.
Okay.
Elisfera's turn. Or, not Elisfera, but that's just what it gives me. And of course, you put all the minions on top again, because I clicked on it. I wish I could send a mini to the back, but there's no option to do that. And I gotta continually shift this around to know what the hell I'm doing anymore. Zariel's turn. She's going to levy her longbow. Twisted around, getting ready to make a shot as she levies a glare. I don't think she gets very many attacks, though. Her first shot is a hit. The second and third, however, despite the accuracy of the arrows, soar through the air, missing the monstrosity. She deals 10 points of damage to Judicator. It seems to almost bounce off that metallic hide of the creature. That's it for her turn, however. She ain't got very many tricks, and she's an NPC, so I didn't want her to go first. Kieran, you are up with Prime Isaac, not the copy.
Yeah. Normally I'd be happy to pull out like something like a disintegrate here, but given how high this thing's dex is, I figure its reflex save has to be through the roof.
Is it that
So-
high, or did the DM just do that because he's an arsehole?
As a troll, yeah.
We'll
40 is
never
illegal
know.
Stats, but I can break the rules, so I'm just having fun. The meta-knowledge is dangerous with this one.
Generally knowing this thing's fast, though, I decided to try. Let's try this. Where is it on my sheet? Here it is. Casting at 5th level. So a little opener. Magic missile. So that's how many missiles total? It's 3 plus 4 more, so 7 missiles. Instead of rolling this a million times, I'm just going to type that out. So 74 plus 7. Yeah. Not an amazing shot.
I have his token incorrect. Judicator is supposed to be a large creature. Let me fix that. For making it easier to hit him.
Yeah.
Oh, that just adjusted scale.
There we go.
23 points of damage ricochet as they strike against his metallic body. The armor taking a good hit.
So it does seem it does seem effective. He's not resisting it.
Not that you can tell, no. The Judicator seems to take the damage on the chin.
All right, that's information. Good to know. That'll be Isaac's turn. Yeah.
Bellamy's turn. So,
what does Bellamy do, guys?
Hello, I'm Bellamy. We always
She
start
would
with
take
that.
she would take her bonus action to panic, as she likes to say.
10 points.
Guys, there weren't enough mini eggs for me to even eat my way through my turn. They're
Oh.
gone.
I'm sorry, Julian. If there was ever anybody to be pinned against two high challenge rating boss monsters in the team, it would probably be you or Nilkrace because of the AC. But like I say for John all the time, man, I just cut one of them arms off, no problem.
Anyone? I don't know if Courtney's ever reset the charges on her heart, because it's shown that she's got 6 of 7 charges used, but I don't think she's
Probably not.
cast any.
Yeah, she hasn't cast anything this rest, I know that much.
You know what? She did use a levitate at one point. Something. So I would say she maybe used 1 charge on this rest. Remember very recently she cast something out of the heart.
Because, I mean, she's the heart or can cast Firestorm, which is a pretty big flashy spell. It's instantaneous. Maybe she should blast it.
Yeah, I like the idea of Firestorm.
Just love chaos.
And I believe it can be targeted away from the from us.
A storm made up of a sheet of roaring flames appears in a location you choose within range. The range is 150 feet.
It would be a huge spell for a single target.
It's fine. I say do
The
it.
area of the storm consists of up to 10 10-foot cubes, which you can arrange however you wish.
Should we do it? Should we? Synaptic static, which is good as well.
I say go for it.
All right. Okay. Let's cast a firestorm.
Alrighty. I'm guessing that's a dex save. Give me a second here. Yep, they definitely pass. Half damage on a fail, or half damage on a success rather. Half damage on a
Yeah.
fail. DM's a little arse backwards today.
I mean, if that means full damage on a succeed, we'll go for that for this one time.
Trust me, you don't want to. You'd make me mad.
You're the one who offered. I was just saying we'd be happy to accept.
There was no offer to barter on that one. That was a miscommunication to you. We pulled the deal back. No 30 days offers. Thank you. Refunds not accepted. Bring it up with a better business bureau. Alrighty. So that's it for Bellamy's turn then, I'm guessing.
She'll probably inspire someone or use unsettling words. Who would she inspire?
We'll point out Jade's kind of stuck for his turn. Dan has to pilot the boat. Someone has to waste an action to control the ship, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe inspire Nilkrace then, because he's can fly and might try and hit him.
We all know that is exactly what I'm going to be doing. So yeah, that seems legit.
All right.
I guess that does make it my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else for Bellamy. For Nilkrace is next.
We flap over, and I assume 21 does not hit.
Nope. Ricochets off the incredible defensive structure of this thing. But as you get in close, why don't you go ahead and give me a knowledge religion check? As a 26 is also a miss, reflecting off of their carapace as they spin their mighty blade of Zerial, knocking it free so that your longsword doesn't get close. You recognize the designs of these armors. What it's wearing and what it's composed of are of the highest rank in the celestial orders, beyond even Zerial in command and power. The sort of things you'd see on those who serve directly to the gods.
I'll let the others know, but yeah, we're in trouble.
You've heard rumors in your days while you were up and above. You don't know what either of the creatures were, but you've heard the Celestials speak that they'd rather fight a Tarsk solo than ever do battle with anyone wearing that crest. I only say Tarsk because I showed a picture of it to Kieran. His character saw one breaching the gates of Blackrock, so...
That'll be... Oh wait, with her inspire, I can add a D8, right? Or what's her D for inspiration?
D8.
Yeah.
It's a D8.
Alright, well, I'm actually going to hold off on it. I have a better plan for it. I do. So that'll be my turn.
Alrighty, at the end of your turn, this monster spins itself around as it burns 2 legendary points and casts a spell. What I'm going to need from you as it speaks words you cannot comprehend is a charisma saving throw, or be banished from this world. I also did get a kick out of the other game last week. I banished him, doesn't he go home? And I'm like, he doesn't have a home to go home to. He has to come back.
So, one second before you say anything.
Oh.
I just need to reread a couple things real quick.
Do you know, I've always thought that monster was pronounced Tarask.
I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm going to be straight honest, and I think Tarask might be right. Because I say Tarsk, because I'm lazy. But I think it's Tarask, because it's a French word, right? I think? I don't know. But I believe you're spot on, Jillian.
I think there's just... If it was a single R, then I could see it being Tarsk, but there's 2 R's, so it's like Tar and then Rask.
My problem is
I've
been playing the
D&D
game since I was a
Beyond.
kid. That's how he said it.
I think I'm going to use the inspiration for this. So
You gotta
26.
use inspiration before you make the roll.
Nope, you can make it after the roll before deciding using Bardic Inspiration die.
Oh,
but
Bardic
must decide
Inspiration. I thought you meant inspiration.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, Bardic
Okay.
Inspiration, that's fine. So that give you a
Yeah.
26 on your charisma saving throw.
Yeah.
You feel it was a good decision, otherwise you most certainly would have been banished by the effect, and God knows how that would have hurt, given the area you presently find yourself in.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Pup's turn.
Yeah, I had to... Pup will take the dodge action.
Barks furiously. Lulu's turn, who's presently underneath the grill as she looks around. Oh, what's going on? Look, you just... And she's pointing her trunk. We gotta go back that way. Copy Isaac's turn, who's looking at his whole 2 health, and remember, as I mentioned, he burnt through all of his spell slots. He's got his cantrips and whatever other basic powers he'd have.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, in all
You know
honesty,
what?
he should have went poof.
we're gonna try something here. Actually, you know what? No, that's probably not a good use of his turn. We're gonna just try to blast off a where is it? Here we go. See if this works.
Okay, so you go ahead and make a ranged spell attack. A 23, unfortunately, is a miss.
He's trying. He's trying his best. It's probably gonna be his turn.
Alrighty. Holding up a weakened hand, he's like, why I gotta still fight, man? I just want a nap. Bang. Just let me go. Bang. I want to sleep. It's more or less what I'm seeing for Isaac, right? Now, Jade. Blessed Jade, you got the bottom of the initiative order, bud, so they had to deal with Judicator on the top. What are you doing, Dan? What's the plan? You gonna fly this ship up out the way?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly the ship back to Flux.
Alrighty. Peace, nil race, as you are left behind.
That's perfectly fine.
Now, the top speed for your ship is 550 for its standard run. You can always throw some demonic ore in there and boost that up. Not something you've ever really done before, though you did do it with water on the reverse crystal and that ended very bad, but that's, like drowning an engine in nitrous oxide. It's gonna blow. But it will take your action to turn the ship and to pilot the ship. You'll also be the one responsible for deck saves for the vessel.
Yeah, I just fly normal speed because I don't want to risk blowing up the ship.
Alrighty, you spin the ship around. Catch the throttle and fly 550. You still have your bonus action available if you have something up your sleeves.
No.
Alright. Dan takes off, whereas Jade grabs onto the throttle, hits the gas, says we're getting out of here. Going 550 of approximately 2,000. I know I said it was 2,500, but 2,000. Buddy who figured 2,500 was optimistic. Alex's turn, as the ship starts to take off.
With the ship having moved, I think I'm out of range of everything. I'll guess I
will say, to your character's horror, due to chase mechanics, no, you wouldn't be. Your ship is just starting to move, so you would have that instant to fire. Everything in this round happens at the same time. So, until there's a change in distance, which happens between the rounds, that's how I do chase scenes, you're still in range. You're within whatever this tiny, tiny range here is.
Okay.
And of course I clicked on the ship again. Give me a moment here.
This, that work? Is this Judicator thing wearing armor?
Yep. Heck, you know from the last encounter, Judicators has clockwork capacity. Either arm was made entirely from mechanics, and it looked as though other parts of the body, maybe the legs as well, but the team didn't get a very good look at this thing.
Okay.
Perhaps a construct of heaven.
Okay, I think I can give it some bother. I'll cast heat metal on it. This
Right
might
on that
help
chest
out.
plate, eh?
Oh, great. Yeah. Because if I'm reading it right, if it's still in contact with the heated thing, it gives it disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Because I assume it will not drop
Until the start of your
burning
next
hot
turn.
thing. Yeah. Okay. Right. And bonus action, I'll go Super Saiyan form of the dragon. Or starry dragon form. I need to word that better because I also have a dragon form that I'm fond of taking. But for now,
The other one, other dragon form.
Star Dragon Constellation. And that will be my turn.
real quick, don't forget, Jade also goes at -1 this round.
Yep, he's got
Oh,
that 10.
that's right. I got the 2 turns.
This is like the only time I remembered it, John. Damn it, man, you beat me to it.
Sorry, I just like I know
It's,
you're fairly quick to roll on. So.
It's the fact that he's got the -1, that he's under 0, that so very rarely happens. So, you know, that's what I was waiting for. So with Alex's turns done, Jade gets turn number 2. So you can do multiple stuff while piloting. You're like turning around with a foot on the steering wheel. Lulu's looking up. How in the 9 house did you learn how to pilot like that? Jade's like, saw Dusty do it once. Watch this. Any number of excuses could be used. So Dan, since you've got a whole freebie turn, what's the plan?
Yeah, give me a moment because I completely forgot about this myself.
Alrighty. Well, I'll make life a little easier for you because at the end of Alex's turn, you see Judicator triggers another point of legendary reactions and teleports 10 feet to the right. Damn it, I clicked the ship again.
What?
If I click the ship, all the minis go under it, and that kind of ruins my view.
Ten feet seems very calculated, and I am suspicious.
Well, fireball it is.
So I may have just been talking to myself because I was muted.
Oh, John.
No worries. I just wanted to ask, since we're in the 8th level of hell, when you teleport, you go in a random direction to max distance, isn't it?
You're supposed to.
Yeah.
It changes depending on where we are, because sometimes Misty Step works, and sometimes it...
Inside
It
Mephisto's lair, it certainly does. However, whenever anyone has attempted to teleport thus far, it's been quite random in the outcome of where you teleport to. John's rolling an insight check in real life. This is the problem.
Hey, I'm just, maybe you forgot.
No, definitely didn't.
I was hoping you did.
However, forget that I was supposed to roll damage for him doing that. So I do thank you for that.
Oh. Well, that's something, I guess.
Ooh, I rolled high on the damage too. He did a 10-foot teleport jump, which is done randomly. The only reason to do such a thing would be out of range of your character. Let's be honest here.
What, can't the Judicator take one lonely Warforged with wings?
I mean, I don't want to answer that.
Oh, we all know he definitely freaking could. It's just like...
He'll probably make that DC, but yeah, I'll put a fireball on him.
Oh, 15 dexterity?
I would be surprised if he could fail.
I was about to say, is he even able to fail?
I don't know, but he passed, so you go ahead and roll the damage on that fireball, because essentially 4d6 isn't anything to laugh at. Ooh, those are nice, pretty dice. 21 points of damage, so that drops to a 10. And with all the beating and hurting the party's been levying on the Judicator, it looks barely injured. Jade throws back a fireball, big explosion, goes, I got him! And he just comes out the flames, wings spreading wide. Anything else for Jade's turn, with all them tricks up his sleeves? A Shield of Faith. Ooh.
On Nilkrates.
Nilkrates has been granted a Shield of Faith. Alright. So that's it for Jade's turn as we swoop around to the start of combat. As, of course, as you know, we're going to be jumping back over to Jillian first to see what's going on for her. But more importantly, as Judicator regains himself in his propositions of self, you might be wondering why he teleported 10 feet. That's simply so he could fly away from Nilkrace, as those platinum wings on his back begin to hum and chime with a beautiful rhythm in the air, vibrating at a speed like none of you've ever seen before, as the unthinkable happens. Soaring around your ship as he goes, the Judicator is faster than your vessel.
That's unfortunate.
Just give me 1 second here. This should bring Jillian over to this scene solo. There we are. As you see the Silver Guardian charging towards you, leaping across the areas, drawing up that apocalyptic blade as she comes down and drives it straight at you in one fell swoop. And your armor class, is that a 21? Jillian? You got yourself on mute?
Sorry, yeah, I was on mute. I said yes. Right.
Just wanted to make sure in case anything was missed.
Oh,
Alrighty.
no, that's okay. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna do this as a half. Oh my god. Well, that's a good way to open a fight when you're out for blood. As the Silver Guardian tears through the battlefield, jumps in through the air, and comes down with a critical hit for her first of 4 swings. I'm so sorry, Jillian.
No, you're not. Don't lie to me.
A little bit. I mean, it looks awesome when someone gets the game. But...
You're not. You're not sorry. Don't. Please don't waste my time apologizing.
Well, I always like hitting things. This is like one of those times where the doctor's like, I'm sorry. You know they are, but they're not because they're a little disconnected because they have to be or they'll go crazy. I'm sorry, but I'm not, but I am, but I'm not. Oh my word. Well, as she swings that mighty blade at your head, 3 of the shots land. 2 of them dirty, dirty criticals.
You rolled 2 crits. Oh.
Yup. That's a 1 in 400 to do that twice in a row. No advantage on the swings, nothing of the sort. Mm-hmm. Just an apocalyptic longsword swinging at your head. Do you have any resistance for radiant damage?
Nope.
Alrighty, let me just get my math formula going on here. Okay, all in from the 3 blows. You take 56 and 62 from the crits, and 35 from the 3rd swing of that apocalyptic longsword.
Can I parry one of the crits?
Oh, certainly. You gonna get that attack back.
No, it just means
reduces.
Reduces it.
Yep. Sorry.
12. It's a D12 plus 2, so I'll take I'll apply 46 instead of 56.
I mean, it's not like every turn I get double crits, but I suppose the game saw how much HP that player got. 250? Here, take some crits, DM. You're gonna need them. It's like, ouch. She adjusts back her stance as she raises up her shield, readying behind it as she looks to Zariel. Get in position. But that's it for her turn. Flux is up.
So 62 is one of the damage?
Yep.
Okay. I'm under 100 already. So
Odds of me rolling.
I'm
crits like that
tempted
again.
to just lay down and die. I will. She's not gonna attack Rhea. She wouldn't. So she's gonna attack Zerial. I don't want to put myself in that position because they'll flank. I'll just say why and hit Rhea because I can't. They're gonna flank me and have advantage on all their strikes, so I can't really do anything.
Well, tell you what, Julian. You seem to be
Tell me
deciding.
anything. I'm gonna do my turn, and then I will. You can talk to me after that.
Oh, I was gonna say if you wanted a small break, we could take it now.
Oh.
And you've kind of gone
Did-
robo voice.
I was about to ask.
Alrighty. So Flux is gonna take a swing. Oof. You get the feeling, Jillian, and I'm not hearing you come through no more. I'm not sure if your mic cut out on you.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure. After the robo voice, I got worried. Your 23 is reflected off their previous. I won't try and say that again. Off their very durable armor. The 34, on the other hand, cleaves through their defenses. You're reminded of trying to strike Nilkrace. Armored to the teeth. And the third one, a 24, is a miss, deflected off their mighty shield.
Can I use a precision strike on that one?
Yep. A 28, unfortunately, is still a miss, reflecting off the impressive armor standing before you. As it does so, she glares from behind the helmet. You think I wasn't prepared for your offensive capacity, you monster? 32 points of slashing damage, however, definitely takes a dent.
No, it doesn't. Don't lie to me. I'll use my second wind.
Alright.
Maybe I'll survive one hit. This is.
Flux quickly
This
uses
is
her.
anything. The foundry's not even loading.
It carried through. You rolled an 11, so that's 13. You got a +2, I think?
Oh, it's a 19. It's plus 19.
Holy crap. Oh, God.
Yeah, Jillian, your headset's gone crazy.
I'm just giving that a second on her headset. Oh, here we go. So, Jillian, you say you get a plus 19 to your
I
second
can't.
win?
Yeah, but I can't.
Here, let me
11
give a
plus
heads up.
19. Just, no, I can do it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Foundry was giving you more trouble.
The computer is not really working, so everything is giving me trouble.
Oof.
What is the point of any of this? I'll try using an action surge.
Alrighty. A 20 is unfortunately a miss.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me.
Sorry.
It's okay.
32, however, is a hit. $33 is a hit. As you tear in for 33 points of damage on the first swing. And another 29 points of damage on the second.
And they're barely injured.
Oh, is that because of a one number difference? Let me see. It is. Sorry, Jillian. They're one digit away from injured, so that's pretty good hits.
I don't care. I'm gonna use evasive footwork and move as far back as I can get, because what the fuck else am I gonna do? So, as long as I'm moving, my AC will be a D12 if Foundry ever loads, but I don't know if it will.
Alrighty, so as you book, you get the extra bonus once you get that roll in. Woo, plus 8, so that gives you a 29.
It's not gonna make a difference.
I rolled a 3, she misses. Gives a swing of the sword, and you dodge the attack without any trouble, dancing backwards, as the luck of 20s seem to have finally left me.
That's it. That's all I can do. I can't. I don't know if Foundry's not loading or if I just can't move Flux, but I'm trying to move her back, but the screen froze, so I don't know. Anyway, that's the end of my turn.
Paused for me, so I don't know if it's paused for you.
Shouldn't be. The only thing that's paused is the game clock because we're in battle. How far back did you want her to move? I'll move your token for you.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll try to get cover somewhere.
Alrighty. Down behind the rocks here, we'll provide you with cover from direct attacks. And as you do that, the Silver Champion's gonna give a holler to Azariel and say, "Take to the air, she's trying something." And as we roll around to Zariel's turn, she's going to do just that. If I can get the prone marked off her. Cuts half of her movement, and then takes 30 feet into the air. So we're just going to put 30 feet straight on her for that. And she points a single finger towards you, mutters words, and sends negative energy. Oh wait, is that a touch spell? Am I making up? No, it's range. Good. Oh, I knew it was. I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead and give me a con saving throw. Azariel casts Finger of Death on you. You pass your Constitution savings throw, so you only take half damage, which would be 30. as necrotic energy blasts through your character. We'll scroll back around to the start of combat, but we'll get there in a second. As we jump back over to the other party members, who must now contend with Adjudicator flying at them. However, since we're a little over, do we want to take a quick 15-minute break and come back at 12:30?
Yeah, that would be...
Give everyone that opportunity to grab a quick breather.
I was on mute and I said, yeah, sounds good, but I was just talking to myself.
I do that too often. It stinks. So I'm gonna go ahead then and mute the sound up. I'll hit pause, and I'll be back in about 15.
Alright,
Sounds good.
see you in a bit.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Ooh, I've noticed Jillian popped off. Hopefully she's having computer issues there. Her mic was starting to give out on her, and I know she was having a lot of trouble with the connection, which would be frustrating as hell, so...
Yeah, and she is running it on Chromebook, so that causes issues in itself.
The worst of it is we just popped her into a survive or die moment, and those are stressful as hell to have to play through as a player. I know it. So having your computer say, nope, 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 when you're just trying to do some rolls to keep going, oh, that would be frustrating as hell. And the DM rolling 2 crits. 2 friggin' crits in a row. I actually do feel bad about that. That's not fair. It's like opening up a fight in a video game. It's like, I'm ready, and they just get 2 free shots and your health's halved. You're like, didn't know we're playing on hard mode Final Fantasy VII today. Oof. John must have got some good food. Oh, there he is. Hey, John.
Hi.
Jeez, my timing was perfect on that one. I'm like, John must have got food, and it came off mute.
I actually came off mute right before I said that.
Oh, perfect. I got some chicken pot pie, so I'm happy. And Dean and Jillian are still out. I'm guessing they might be doing a quick step on that computer. And Kieran's still on mute, so he'll be back in a sec.
Oh,
Welcome back, Kieran.
thank you.
We're just giving it a minute for Dean and Jillian at this point. And then I get to open the fight back up. With a monster so overpowered they move it faster than 550 feet in midair. Love it. Team's like, we got a boat, we're gonna run away, and DM's like, run away from this! They dash, they go even crazy faster.
Oh, that's hilarious. Sorry for the random dice roll. I during the break I brought up my I was looking at my what's it called? Icewind Dale book in D&D Beyond, right? And this isn't a spoiler or anything, but there's just a map that's labeled like with D1, D2, D3, D4, so forth. So those headings, the Beyond 20 app sees those and thinks they're dice rolls.
Oh god.
And so each heading is rollable.
Oh my.
Because it says D3. It's like, oh, it's a D3. Roll a D3.
I'll just go ahead and nuke that out.
Yeah.
Hey, Dean. Jillian having issues with the
Hey.
system?
I don't know. I didn't see her during the break.
Oh, she's offline.
She using my PC or the one Dan had procured?
She's been trying the one that Dan got. I think that's maybe causing some of the issues, but I think we need to try run the headset on your laptop to see if it's the headset or the laptop when it comes to the mic. Because right now there's two unknowns. If we can eliminate
Yeah.
one of them.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back, Jillian.
Yeah, when the computer's having a problem, I always have to just make sure it's not playing.
Is it
Oh yeah.
is it the issue that you could use another microphone? Like a completely different one? Because I've got a spare Blue Yeti.
This spare Blue Yeti
Yeah.
bastard.
Dude, I like music and sound, and those things record really well with their cardioid, so it's nice to have one on a boom and one just good to go.
I've got a spare headset as well that I could grab.
I got spare headsets and mics if she needs those.
The thing I love about the Yeti is it has the gain control, so I can turn it way the hell down on gain so you don't hear me thunder type. Especially with the new keyboard, because it's membrane mixed with key push, so it's
It's the highly tactile membrane one, right? Like it has the.
it's nice.
yeah.
It's the hybrid, and they did a good job with it.
Yeah.
I will admit, I love it. Though because I play so much Warframe, my control key, it's actually the control wording is starting to wear away.
That happens. That's starting to happen on my DOS keyboard as well.
Hammering control to do
certain
bullet jumps
keys.
over and over to fly through an area as Rhino is playing Warframe. My pinky gets sore, for God's sakes.
You can actually tell that I haven't been playing in a little while, but when I play StarCraft, you can tell I use grid keys because like the grid area, the Q to R and then Q to Z, like that kind of box. If you look at that, those are the keys I use like primarily for StarCraft. They're actually worn. Those keys are all more worn than other keys. Because they're all the keys I hit the most when I play that game, and I hit those a lot when I play that game. So
Oh, it helps the group up for those things for sure. And Jillian, in an attempt for it to run smooth on your system for the map that you're on, I've pulled all the environmental effects. It should just be background, and I'm going to quickly cut the one of the extra sound effects I was using in the background, so only 2 audio streams should be running. Hopefully that reduces strain.
I can't hear the audio anyway, so.
Oh, I presently have it mostly muted except dark and stormy playing in the background for some thunder, but it's set so low it's mostly an ambiance effect. I have the music paused. But I am showing everyone on, so let's go ahead and jump back into where we left off. We'll get the fancy tunes going. Should be coming through now for you, Jillian. Still nothing? So long as the map's loaded and you can move your token around, that's really the important thing. And so you can do your dice rolls and stuff, because it needs to work smooth for you. That's the important thing. Alright, so I'm gonna unpause the game, because that's the other thing I forgot to do, because sometimes I forget that when I do lunch. As we start the next round, I mentioned Judicator was considerably faster than your ship. They fly in front of it, spin around once, floating in air as their armor burns, glaring down towards a druid who I can't see because I clicked on the damn ship again. Flip sakes.
Oh man.
This is what I get for wanting the map to look pretty. This is what I get. My punishment. Unfortunately, Nilkrace, as I'm sure you are now aware, John, is 500 feet back. So, just on that note, you won't see what's happening at this next spot. Because Judicator flies forward, lowers himself down, draws out that mighty blade as they set a glare on Alec as the sword of Zerial zooms towards you. Judicator's head, however, turns and twists and looks up over your shoulder beyond Alec as it flies past you, and Isaac copy as well. You can both feel free to make your attack of opportunities against it. As you note, it's flying straight for Lulu.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, definitely then. Definitely gonna take a crack at this. What would I have had? Okay, let's give this a whirl.
I just spooked myself. I picked my coffee up and I had it on the saucer, but it stuck to the bottom of the saucer, so it picked up the plate and then dropped it and made a big loud bang, and I was like, holy crap! Who used special move? I'm confused and scared. Oh my.
I'm going to assume that a 16 misses.
Skims off their undercarriage, bouncing across the clockwork arm as it makes its way past.
When I warcast a reaction, it's still within 5 feet of me when I'm making that reaction, right?
It's breaking through your space. It gives you the attack of opportunity because it's trying to get out of that range. So by all means, if you got something up them sleeves you've been waiting to throw, now's a good chance.
Well, with Copy Isaac making his reaction, actually, you know what? He's not going to, because I think his reaction is actually better saved than trying to like pop a spell at him while he goes by. So, because he's got other ways he can use his reaction, they're probably more valuable.
Judicator comes down full heavy on the edge of the ship, twisting it beneath their weight. Pardon me. Standing somewhere in the 7.5 foot frame, they loom over Lulu as they hold the sword of Zariel in one hand. Lulu looks up with a bit of a glare towards him, standing defiantly. As Judicator slowly lowers himself, Isaac can clearly hear the gears twisting and turning from the clockwork as it kneels in front of Lulu. Sword held backwards in one hand, the other slowly stretches out as Judicator pats her on the head. Elisphira's turn. Or Zariel's, because I gotta update that name because of the old story. Zariel's turn, who turns with a bow held strong and pauses as she sees Judicator petting Lulu. And Lulu still having that glare on her face. Zariel's gonna look towards the party members with one of those what the hell do I do now moments. Prior to this, she was clutching that feather, ready to activate. But it seems this has thrown things for a loop.
What is this thing?
Plot twist, Lulu is Laughlander? I don't know what this means.
Plot twist, Lulu was the God Slayer all along.
Oh man.
So
It'd be like that M. Night Shyamalan movie. Oh, they were in a town in the past and present day all along. You know the one.
is this Adjudicator? Is there anything? I know we've seen it before, but is there anything recognisable about it? Is it almost like something we've overlooked? Just thinking of the clockwork arm and stuff like it.
The only thing that's caught familiarity is the mask over its face, very similar to the violinist you've seen previous, that same sort of ivory design. Now, the picture I have here is just a blank face. I probably could have copy-pasted it in there, but I don't like editing the artwork if someone else does it. Now, I used to do that in grade school, high school, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But that's the only kicker of a feature. And even then, you can barely see it, the majority of torso and body covered by the thickened armor.
If Zariel is looking for direction and we're allowed to influence it, I think Alec would say,
Mostly because she's an NPC and I don't want to make the decision.
I think something like either just get his mask, get the mask off it. If there's something we're missing, maybe if you see the face, but yeah, shoot the mask off, wrestle the mask off, get the mask off.
Zariel gives a nod and shrugs and levies an arrow. And fires. The clockwork hand not wielding a blade lifts up as she does, and between two fingers catches the arrow. Well. And between two fingers catches said arrow, lowering its hand back down to continue to pet Lulu on the head. Zariel pauses as she has two more arrows ready to notch, looks towards the party again with a what the hell.
Do you know what's going on, Lulu?
I can provide you some advice on that on my turn. For right now, I'm getting head squitches, and they're way too comfy.
Lulu, what's the turn?
Head scritches gives her meta knowledge.
Yeah. I don't know, Zariel. Dodge. Oh, she's already attacked, so maybe she can't.
She can multi-attack with her remaining attacks, but she's used her action, essentially. She's just holding out a second because the DM doesn't like making the decisions. But when an NPC has arrow catching capacity, come on.
Yeah.
She's like notching a second arrow, like... They say insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. She's also not much of an archer. That's the other flip. I mean, she's a great archer for the character stats, but Zariel is not an archer.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think she's going to hit it. So I guess maybe thematically, she just watches for now, and
All right.
I don't know. She's a ranger. I don't really know what they can do with their bonus actions, to be honest.
They got a few tricks up their sleeves, but Isaac is up now for Kira.
Definitely worried about like I'm kind of watching the situation. So right now, am I able to teleport safely, or
Teleporting. Give me an arcane check now that you've seen other people use it cleverly. This is just your knowledge check, but I say arcana because, you know, it's the same thing for a wizard. With a 24. He got the low roll, pulls a 24. It's like Dean earlier. I only rolled 3 on my perception, got like a 37. Or Jade when he picks a lock. I got this. With a 24 on your arcana check. You'll have to refresh my memory. My joke just completely broke it. What was that for again? What knowledge?
basically teleporting?
Right, teleporting.
Is it safe for me to use mostly Misty Step in this case?
How to tell I should need an... I got a coffee while I was on lunch break. Apparently I didn't drink enough of it yet. Actually, when I say I did, it was my wife, so, you know, props to her. You can tell now after seeing it teleport and seeing Zariel teleport and your own teleportation that failed quite a long time ago. It would appear that you can control the distance, but not the location. So a quick hop of 5 feet will send you 5 feet in a random direction. Okay. However, you have a feeling as well that the direction isn't entirely random. There might be something to it, but trial and error would severely hurt.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a moment to disengage and get to the other end of the ship.
As you disengage and walk away, I will say you notice something.
What's that?
As this thing pets Lulu on the head, it's wide open. As you walk away, it makes no action, no movement. And anybody who were to attack this thing right now would have advantage on those rolls.
Yeah. I'm just kind of trying to... How do I put it? Being in melee with that thing is not desirable at all to me right now.
Don't mind me, I just moved you off Bellamy. I don't know if she's showing on yours.
She's not showing on mine. Not all the tokens actually, like, came forward on my screen.
Pops through on
Some
mine.
of them didn't, yeah.
Always a fun time. I gotta put it as a background image, but I didn't for this one.
Yeah. Yeah, like something like a tile, like, would probably...
9 times
Anyway,
out of 10.
yeah. I'm mostly at this point being ready to take a reaction if I have to try and intervene. I guess we'll see what everybody else does. That's gonna be my turn, because I don't really have a good bonus action at the moment to take.
Bellamy walks across the ship as she tilts a hat forward on her head because she just magically got one out of nowhere for the attitude. Walks up to the back of it, puts a hand on her hip and goes, "Excuse me? Hi, I'm Bellamy." He continues to pet Lulu on the head. Milkrace's turn. I'm sorry, I could totally see her doing that. That's her go-to.
I cast
Yeah.
haste on myself and then fly 360 feet closer.
Sonic boom.
Pup's turn.
Takes the dodge action.
Looking back towards Milkrace like, "Get back here, man, I need direct commands." Lulu's turn. She squints up towards it as it pets her on the head once, and she goes, "Oh, see that spell? What are you doing, you big jerk? Taking us on. What in the nine hells are you thinking?" She goes as so far as to headbutt him in the shin. And then chuckles. "Right, I don't think we got much to worry about this. This big old beast, just a big fluffy puppet with bad teeth." Lulu gives a matter-of-fact nod as she does.
It's not an explanation, Lulu. What is happening?
Lulu gives a bit of a shrug. "Well, I don't know. This here fella, I've never seen one in person, but I know they're pretty high up in the rankings. But," and she tilts her head to the side a bit, so she's staring at Alec around everyone's legs and smirks. They always treat me so good. They always give me good pets, so this is a good one." Nods her head again.
Okay, Lulu is now our shield against those things.
Copy Isaac's turn. As the Judicator appears to be enraptured.
Well, I feel like Copy Isaac's certainly not going to risk triggering this thing to go into attacks just to cast Firebolt on it, so... Similarly, kind of stationing himself in a way that he's ready to... You know what, yeah, I was gonna say maybe ready in action, but honestly, like, the reaction is not... He doesn't have any... Sorry, I'm gonna think for a second.
Injured Isaac is just leaning back a bit like, "I need an apothecary bench, and until we get there, I'm happy if we're not being attacked."
Yeah, and he's just gonna kind of stay ready. He's mostly here ready to use his reactions if necessary to help people.
Alrighty. So then, Jade's turn? Jade's turn. Dan, you're up. What's the plan? You got a ship that needs to fly another 550 feet.
Yeah, I'll just move it forward.
So that brings you at 1010 out of 2000. Which I'll pop up as well. As Nilkrace sees the ship flying away, you're at 850 for Nilkrace? Because you got 350 on that dash, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, that would make it 900. My bad. Because 550 plus 350 is 900. So the other one would be at actually 1,100, not 2,000. Math is off. Ooh.
Sorry, no, my apologies. It was... Let me just double check the math real quick. I got 360 the first time.
910 out of 2,000 as you see this ship sailing away. What the rest of you see, however, now that you're only 1,000 meters again from the summit, or 1,000 feet from the summit, I suppose I could say meters and go with it. It doesn't really matter for the chase scenes, but it'll break the rest of the game down because they don't know what a meter is in Dungeons and Dragons, which ticks me off. Imperial system, what? Metric. You can see, embroiled in a fierce battle, Zariel flying overhead, the evil Zariel, and a heavily armored combatant fighting against Flux. And Jillian, on your turn, or on your round, Rhea is, of course, going to charge forward. I'm not going to use fake names on them anymore. And she's going to make swings with her blade at you once again. Oops, I think I did one too many there. My bad. Alec Poppin, can I has turn? Not yet, buddy. You gotta wait. Unless I skipped you. Did I skip you?
I'm below Jades.
Oh, crap on a stick. So that means you get 2 turns next round, unless you know exactly what you want to do this turn. While I'm
Yeah, I
doing
was
that.
was just gonna turn into a dragon and perch on the end of the ship so that I could launch off it when I get within range of evil Zariel.
That's fair.
So that's all. I don't think there's anything else I can do.
Alrighty. The 2 shots that she levies on you for 37 and 26 damage apiece as she swings that apocalyptic blade at you repeatedly, roaring defiantly with each strike.
I've reduced the 37
Alright, give that a roll.
with my parry.
Is it +2 on that, so your 10 goes to a 12?
I can't remember. It's so slow. I have to switch between tabs because I can't read the Foundry sheet. And I don't know if it makes a difference. I'm sure she could probably still get to me, but I would have reduced speed by 10 feet. I hit her.
Oh, no, that actually does make a difference. She can't make it to you without dashing, and she's going to do so to get in close range, holding the offensive. But you're right, she can't hit you, because she can't take the action to attack. So let me roll those damages back out. You're still at whatever health previous. I think 127?
No, I was at 97 health.
Okay. My memory's good, but not great, I'll be honest. So let me just delete those out, as she just charges and keeps the offensive. But that's it for her turn, holding her shield at the ready. Flux's turn now.
I'm gonna try to hit her.
Pull those off the list, there we go. .34 is a hit. As you start to fight back, swinging hard with Saradess's rage. For 33 points of damage.
Can I use a superiority die to try to disarming strike her?
Yep. And that's a dex save on her side, right?
I believe it's strength. I'm just scrolling down to read it.
Oh, she did good.
23. DC 23. I don't think she's gonna fail it.
I rolled a 16, so she did get a pass, because well, the dice is in her favor for that one. But you still get that extra D12 damage?
Yeah, it's a D12 plus something.
I think it's just
But just
superiority.
It is, yeah. I had to read it. So we'll just, instead of parrying, because can I just say that the 10 was, I rolled to the, no, I'll just roll it again, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Toss that on. Now she's looking pretty injured now.
Foundry just completely shit the bed on me.
Why don't you switch to their computer?
If it'd be any easier on you, Jillian, I could switch it over and put this as a stream so you can watch the stream, and I can do the interaction for you for your character movements, and you can use Beyond 20, or sorry, D&D Beyond for your rolls if your system just won't hold up.
The link was for. I can't. Scheduling or general?
Oh, for watching a stream?
Sorry for the Foundry link. I don't know where it is.
Right under General for Conqueror of Avernus. I'll put it right underneath the Courtney's last post. Oh crap, that's only one hit so far. I keep forgetting. High-level fighters, they turn into like a cheese grater, and the enemy's the cheese. And I'm pulling a pull this scene on you to bring you over before the other stuff kicks in. Hopefully it works.
See the ship, I don't see,
Yeah, I'm trying to do a manual pull, but it wasn't bringing you over, so I have to try again. There we go. We'll give that one a second to roll in, load in for you. Get some theme music playing. You can blame Dean. Third one's a hit. So you go ahead and roll up your damage on that third attack as you parry and push back. 28 points of further damage.
I'll try to disarm her again.
Alright. It's gonna be another dex roll.
Strength.
Or
23.
strength. Oh my god, I keep saying dex. Oh! She curses visibly as the brutal blade flies through the air and lands on the ground at her feet.
Okay, I'm gonna action search
Alright.
and pick up the weapon and throw it over the side of the mountain.
Hang on. As you pick up that blade, go ahead and flip over to the gift box for the items directory and check underneath, and you will see the Apocalypse Longsword. Picking up this blade is a risky thing to do. And picking it up, you now have the opportunity that you could attune to it at the cost of one of your own weapons. If you want to go see what it's capable of.
I just want to get rid of it. I'm throwing it over the side of the mountain.
Outright.
Only holding it for a second to throw it.
60 feet, gone. Improvised weapon flies through the air. However,
Do I get to do...
you do still see exactly what that blade's capable of. So I leave you as an observer on that item under the items page. Same place I keep Saradess's rage.
Do I have to roll a save or anything because I touched it? I don't know what you mean by the gift box.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's-
At the very top of the screen, there's the actors directory, chat log, all those sort of things. There's one that looks like a little picture, a gift box, right beside the skull. It's the items directory. Inside of there, you'll see an outlay for Saradess's Rage, your blade, and the Apocalypse Longsword. However, only you and Dan can look at those. And though you'd know everything about the blade by simply touching it, but you throw it away before its negative properties are triggered, all done in one quick swing. You would have to deal with that if you had decided to wield that sword. However, you're sticking with your own. But you can now see what one of those blades are capable of and why they scare the crap out of Dan.
Can I do anything else with my action search, or was that my whole action just to throw the blade?
Oh, interacting with an object is just picking it up. That's nothing. Throwing the weapon, that's one of your attacks as an improvised weapon. You just biffed it 60 feet behind you. You still have 2 attacks? You get 3 attacks per action surge, right?
Yeah, I haven't used a bonus action either, but I think I only get 1 second wind. Yes, I do. I'll drink a potion just so I can get over 100 hit points.
Alright. Oh, you wouldn't be able to do
She has
that.
power word kill. I can't do that. Okay.
Potion takes full action. You've used your first point of your action for 1 attack. You have 2 attacks
Okay.
you can still make with Saradess if you wanted to swing again and again.
Yeah. I'd rather get health, but if I don't have an option, then I'll attack. It's not gonna hit.
A 25 is a miss as she holds up her shield to parry the oncoming blows. However,
Oh.
it looks like Karma decided to flip back in my face, because as she holds that shield up, Flux must have seen an opening. Stamps a foot as Fulminoxus brings down her blade in a massive critical attack. "51 whopping points of damage, as the Silver Guardian before you buckles in the knee and drops somewhat from the very weight of it, looking badly injured under the weight of your attacks.
I'm gonna use a superiority die and do precision strike on my last attack. That's right, that's 3, or did I... no, wait, I only had 2, right? Because I used 1 for the sword, and then 1 miss, and then the last one was the crit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, right, sorry, I almost took another one. Can I do anything else on my bonus? I don't suppose I could probably use Rally on myself, could I? On your turn, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 superiority die to grant a friendly creature you can see or hit. No, there's no way, the way it's worded.
Friendly creature you can see?
Yeah, well,
Well, I don't know if I'd rightfully call Flux friendly after all the time and help, but you're a friendly creature that you can see. I don't think there's any problem. Let me just double check on that one.
I can display it if it helps.
Oh, Crawford answered this one. Yay. The rally feature targets one of your companions, an ally of yours. Ah, nuts.
I thought that might be the way.
Yep.
I'm just gonna throw the greats. I'm gonna throw the great sword and see if it hits. I don't really have anything else I can do in a bonus action.
Oh, Torms? 1 second here. I'll
Yeah.
pull that one up for you. So you go ahead and make a roll with that as it swings from behind. Or side or head forward or wherever. I just tossed it there.
I did make a roll by accident on D&D Beyond, but I don't know if you want me to use it or re-roll it. It's up to you.
What'd you get? I'll trust you. Your
22.
system's being a pain.
Well, it was only 22, so it's not going to hit anyway, unless
No,
I
that's
use precision, but I can't remember the wording of precision. I think I have to say beforehand if I'm going to use it.
Let me check for precision strike on the Battlemaster maneuvers. I think you're right, though.
You
I'm
make-
just going to double
You
check.
expend 1 and add to the roll before or after you roll, but before any effects are... Okay, so I can use it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
I'll-
35's a hit. That plus 11 on the 22, 33 rather. Oh god, I can't even do math anymore. 33 is definitely a hit as your dancing thunderbolt swings through the air. Alrighty, so that's 17 points of slashing damage added on by Torm's Dancing Thunderbolt. Anything else up your sleeve?
Just look at Rhea and be like, this isn't who you are. And that's it.
She'll fire back a glare and give a nod of her head. You're right. This is what you turned us... Oh, my mic get out. What you turned us into. And she points towards Zariel, yelling, "Fetch my blade." And Zariel, who has enough speed to get the 60 back there and almost back again, lies about here, blade held in hand. Which is going to be the entirety of her turn, mind you.
Flux will just say you're commanding a god.
And she narrows her eyes as she levies up her shield because when we get to her turn, she's just going to take the disengage action. But we'll get to that as she just tilts her head forward. What is a god to those who slay? So, as you're pressed on the offensive with Rhea, I'll give you some time to think on that one, because you can definitely tell it's her, though the voice sounds a little bit off. How about the other party members? Because as we run to the end of that round of combat... Because I did go back for Alec, right? Like, I did give you an action, I can't remember, the other one got pretty heated.
Oh,
yeah, you turned into a dragon.
Turned into a dragon, and I'm like on the prow of the ship waiting to launch off when I get into range of
Alan.
Yo.
Remind me, when we've been comparing the mirror, and Dusty they brought the body to Dusty. We saw the hand, right?
Yeah.
It was Dusty's hand.
Your character wouldn't know, but yes.
Okay.
It was confirmed that he was Frankensteining the body to make himself another form, but the players, you don't really take time to look in that sketchy mirror I gave you, so I can't really say anything more than that.
Yeah.
So, Dean, Gold Dragon?
Yeah, it's my... Actually... Gold dragons don't have spellcasting, do they?
I think they do.
I don't think.
Oh, they don't. Not by default.
Alan, sorry, you probably did, but did you add the 11 to the damage?
Let me double
The
check.
precision strike?
I think so. Let me just backtrack on the damage. Because I think I added that on, but it didn't look like it took it. That doesn't actually add right. So I'm adding that on. There we go. Badly injured. Both of you staring each other down. Both of you looking like half a foot in the grave. I think you're right. I think I did actually miss that. I was like, perfect, we'll add that damage in. And I didn't even click the damn thing because... Oh, I know what I did. I saw Torm's Dancing Thunderbolt 17 pop up right after the 11 and I ignored it. There's the math. Wondering why it was off. Oh, I need to finish this cup of coffee. Oh no, I did. Shit. Gonna need another.
Is Alec... What was that crystal dragon we saw?
Not one I'd let you turn into because you don't actually know what it is right off. Though you've observed it, you haven't really seen it. You saw, like, the shaded output of it. You know what I mean? In the distance, you could see it.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Plus, I think it's over the CR for what you'd be able to do. I'd have to double check.
I think it... I can transform into CR 19 stuff. Because I think it's equal to your level. but it doesn't matter for now.
Oh, you'd be able
I
to turn
think-
into it then by the rules, I think. If you want, I could swap you over to that one instead.
I was just looking for. I was sure I transformed into a dragon at some point that had spell casting, but I can't remember which one it was. Was it blue?
You've done Gold Dragon before, and there is a variant rule where Gold Dragons have spell casting, which is why you've previously done that.
Right. Gold dragon's fine. We'll figure this out later. Gold dragon's cool for now. Oh, I think I remember. I cast the spells when I transformed back into Alec or something, like because they have shape change. That's cool. It doesn't matter. There's the ship has a new prow beast. And,
Would've-
and
I had myself on mute. Pip. It was like, I'm the adjudicator. And I'm like, shit. Okay. So, as we roll over to Judicator's turn to start the round, the Judicator stands slowly, looking over their shoulder towards the battle taking place in front of them, tilting its head somewhat. Lulu's gonna give him a headbutt in the back of the leg and has something to say to him on her turn, which draws their attention as they look back towards the little floof. Though they don't seem to be at all interested in combat with the party anymore, having sheathed their blade, I will repeat. Zariel takes a ready action with a bow readied. Just narrow gaze, like, Isaac's turn.
Well, with this thing not attacking us and sheathing its blade, it feels dangerous to try and prod it, and Lulu seems to be trying to convince it of something, so I guess it's similarly the case of sorry.
I was just gonna say, so far Lulu's basically bopped Judicator in the back of the leg and said, "Oi, you littin' right here," and that's about where we're getting for her turn.
Yeah, so I guess kind of standing ready, but I don't really want to poke the hornet's nest without having, you know what I mean, just for no reason. So.
All right.
Yeah. So that'll be me. Yeah.
Bellamy's turn then, as she's gonna blink at the guy, probably say, "Rude, I said hello." I might just leave it at that though, just because. Oh my. I'll just leave it at that for Bellamy for now though, just so she's a little trickier to do. Nil Craze.
I'm back if you were talking about me.
Welcome back, Jillian. Not yet.
I use my bonus action to
I
move.
just heard she, and I know I'm the only one that's she right now, so.
I use my move action, move 100 or 180. My dash action or my regular action to move another 180, and my extra action to do another 180 for 540 move distance closer.
Alrighty, so you're still trailing behind the ship because it pulls a 550. But not by much. This will bring the team up to about this 1550, 1600 range. But, Jillian, just for the clarification, when I was saying she, I was talking about Bellamy because I didn't know what to do. But I can't blame you because you are right. Only other female character on the board at the moment, so... I forgot my train of thought for a half a second there as we were just finishing up. For Nilkrace's turn as he's chasing. Pup goes defensive.
Yeah.
And Lulu's turn as we scroll around. Lulu looks up towards Judicator, says, "Hey buddy, you listen to me right quick. Them your friends of yours?" The Judicator gives a nod of their head. Lulu says, "You traveling with them and they fight alongside you?" He gives another nod of Judicator's head as they look towards Lulu. Lulu hits him in the back of the leg. "Well, what the hell you doing then, man? Come on, can't you just put a stop to this?" And the Judicator gives a nod. Lulu's going to jump up onto one of his shoulders, make a sort of a point with a leg. "Alright then, let's get going!" Though she looks out towards the rest of you. "I've room for one more, who's coming along?" Where Judicator is a large creature, they can carry a party member, and where Lulu's so tiny, she floats on a shoulder. We've done this before. We take advantage of this with the larger creatures all the time. If you were to take any more than that, speed would be reduced, and the Platinum Angel would not be able to travel at high speeds. But on their next turn, they're going to use their advanced speed to boost themselves forward beyond what the ship can do, so that they can get there. So Jillian, good news. Flux has to make it one more round at least, because your friends are going to be on top of it in a second, and thus far it's looking pretty good for you. But that's Lulu's turn, which brings a question as we roll to Copy Isaac's turn. Who's gonna ride?
I suggest Dean.
Certainly not copy Isaac.
He's like giving the Rambo thumbs up. You know the one.
I think Dean's a dragon right now. I don't think he can fit on anyone's shoulders.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, I can. My turn is last, so I can like change shape into my humanoid form and hang on to that. So I'll be a dragon, but not a dragon at the same time. You know.
A dragon shape. You use your wild shape to turn into a dragon, and then you shape change back into a human as a dragon. So you're a human who's a dragon who's a human who's Dean, who's a character. So that's like the super grade of Inception right there. That's like 4 levels of whole what?
Hey, Alan.
Yo.
If I was within 90 feet of Alec, and Alec shaped changed into a dragon, polymorphed into a human, or into a half elf, or
Yes.
what would I see? Because I have true sight.
You see both. You see well, actually, True Sight lets you see through illusions. So you would see the forms he's taken as they are physical, true representations. I think
So
I'd have to
see-
double check exactly for True Sight, but I'm pretty sure you'd know he's a shape change, but you wouldn't see through it because it's real.
Well, no. One of the things is if something's changed, you see its original form as well.
Well, there you go. So you got both. Like I said, I'd have to double check the reading, but yeah, you see both. You can see what he is, and you can tell it's a shape change. True Sight, very powerful. My Discord give a blinky poo. It's a little wonky today. Right. So, Isaac, copy Isaac is chilling out. Oh, Jillian's popped off again. We'll give her a second on the reconnect.
Yeah, he's certainly not climbing up onto that thing with his 2 hit points and no spell slots, so...
Jade. Another 550 forward.
Yeah.
Brings the ship to 1650 out of 2000 as reported by Bellamy. You're 350 feet away from Flux at this point. Figured I'd mention in case anyone had tricks up their sleeve. Admittedly, let me send you a quick DM there on that one, Dan. Not mention Dan, message Dan. For God's sake, silly thing. Just because I'm evil. While Jillian's getting a reconnect, I'll send that info. Because Alec is turning back to normal and walking over to Judicator saying, "I'm going with you."
Yeah.
And, well, not turning back to normal, you're polymorphing on a polymorph with a shape change. And I really wanted Jillian to be here. She would have got a kick out of this joke. We'll give it a minute, then I'll say what's happening. It also gives Dan a minute to decide too, because, well...
It's like druidception here.
Dang it. Here's a funny one. It's a basic one, and I stretch it out a little too long now, but I'll tell you what's happening. As you walk over, the adjudicator gives a nod, reaches down, and picks your character up, princess style. Spreads the wings wide. Ah, damn it, she came right back. I was trying to hold out and I couldn't do it. If only I had some more patience. Welcome back, Jillian. Things working smooth?
I think so, but the music just cut out on Boundary, which is troubling.
What I
Don't
said,
worry about it. It's fine, honestly.
your voice coming through clear, though. That's an awesome one. What I was saying, and I thought you'd get a kick out of this one, because, it's a fun thing. As Alec polymorphed back into his normal self, so he's still a dragon, still himself, as a dragon, as himself, which is getting confusing, walks over to Judicator, and they look down at him, reach down, and they pick him up princess style, spreading wings wide. That's a throwback, because one time I saw Flux do that to Alec, and it was awesome. For some reason, I can picture Alex sit, arms folded like, this isn't cool, man. But this thing's also 7.5, so you know.
It's only cool when Flux does it.
So that's gonna be it for your guys' round. Unless, Dan,
Boosted.
as you're all getting ready, and the Judicator spreads their wings and they start to position themselves, and Lulu's like, alright, we gonna bring an end to this right now! Lulu screams, more of a yell of happiness, in fact, as Jade pulls out from one of his pouches a little black jar of demon ichor. Throws it down the throttle, hits the gas hard, doubling ship speed. So, Dan, as you do this, give me a dex save for the ship run through Jade. You'd have your proficiency on board. The rest of all y'all, give me a dex save, whoever's on deck. Except Alec, since...
I'm being held.
Ah, I rolled an 11. Judicator's fine, stands there like it nothing. Lulu's holding on for dear life, but she's got this big grin on her face. She likes to go fast.
Ability check or saving throw?
Dex saving throw, yep. Alrighty. The ship takes a further 19 points of damage as it rockets ahead, with the controls being exceptionally harder to hold. And Jade ends up bouncing a few times on a few rocks here and there and off the snow, though nothing too serious. Oh, you got an extra thing up your sleeve? Oh, that's pup. What am I saying? Everyone else has to make a DC 15 dex save or be knocked prone. So Pup's knocked prone. Pup's probably plastered against the back of the ship like, holy crap. So is Isaac. And Dan, I will say, don't worry. This isn't like the last time you hit the boost. This time, one quick spritz, the ship goes, and is quickly recovering its speed, as is designed. But everyone's being knocked on their butt on this one, I'm liking it. I'll give one for Bellamy. Her too. How about Zariel? If ever there was a time to just throw away... Oh, nope, it's not working. I'll have to do this manually. Haha, her too. Wait. She gets a plus 13 to dex saves. Never mind. Did I get one from you, Dean? I don't... Oh, no, wait. No, that's everybody, right? Because you're being held.
Yeah.
And there's, of course, no need for Nilkrace, because you just see the ship suddenly blast off, and you're like, well, haste can only get me so far. They're beating me by 600 at this point. That'll take a turn or two. So, John, keep track of how far out you are at this point, because you moved... You were at the 1550 at the end of your turn boosting up, right?
I moved 540.
Yep. Which brought you
so-
up from 900 to about 1500. Yep. Can you pull
Yeah,
nut
it was,
540 again next turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be there one round after everybody else. Thanks to the fact that you just saw the ship's engines go from blue to purple. As the explosive energy of Demon Ichor launches you all forward to where you desperately need to be. I'm gonna go ahead then and reactivate Christina's summit at this point. Because Flux in the distance, you could see your friend's ship coming in. First, it was moving at a gradual pace until you hear the sound of thunder. As the ship explodes from behind, scorching through the sky. And Rhea looks over her shoulder and visibly curses as she sees your friends are now on top of you, quite literally. I'm gonna post the ship here, as you're all above at this point. Actually, I'm gonna pull the ship down to here so it's out of the way, because that's just for cosmetics. And I'm gonna pull the party members back onto the map. We got, well, Alec, who's a dragon, who we'll worry about as that happens. Bellamy. And I'll put you on there, John, but I'm putting you down by this way so we know. But Pup's with the rest of them, so. This is about roughly how you were looking. Did I miss anybody? Besides Judicator? I think I got y'all. Perfect. So, as we are starting a new turn, order shit. I'm supposed to go around the block once already. Go ahead, everyone, and roll your initiatives.
Huh, look at that. Alec has the same dex as a gold dragon.
Oh my word. Ooh, that's really bad.
Oh, I rolled it on my Beyond sheet. I got 10. Forgot to press the button on here.
You will need to fix that, Pop, to go after nil crates.
Yep, that's no problem.
Yeah, and I think your 10 came through as mine because I didn't roll and I'm sitting here with 10 initiative.
Huh? Oh. Well, I'll do it the easy way then. I'll remove Jade and I'll re-add you so you can do a proper roll for yourself on that one. And I'll update Pup. Or were you actually supposed to be a 10? Did I mishear that?
No, somehow my roll got put as Jade's
Oh,
for some reason. So I was at 10.
Hey, I did a roll for you and I got a 10. Look at that. Won't see
Must
that
be
kind of luck.
fated.
Oh my god. And Bellamy. I'll roll Bellamy in.
Now this raises a question for me. Since we're rolling into a new round of initiative, does this count as a new combat? Will that trigger my second turn in the first round of combat ability?
Flip me a D2. If you get a 1, no. If you get a 2, yes. Because technically, if I'm looking at it, combat hasn't ended, you've just entered a different round of it, but you have added a new combat. So it's a yes-no, so I'm just going to say flip a coin. If you get a 2, you got a second turn. You live off luck so often. Oh, look at that, second turn. And it comes from Lulu. How sweet is that? Lulu winks. Oh, you can do it, Jade. So just remember, after everyone else is done, Jade gets another turn. As this round jumps in, you're all 10 feet above this part, 15 feet above this part, 20 feet above this part. Just so you know as you're getting down from the ship, because Zariel's taking a jump. Nope, I have everybody selected. Zariel is taking a jump down to land. And then she's charging in 20 feet behind with weapon drawn. Oh wait, no, she's an archer. Oop. She's gonna land back here and draw out her bow.
So Zariel starts running and then like skids to a stop and go, oh wait.
I do not have a sword, right? But she does have dice rolls of the gods. Damn it, Zariel. You see that? I'm supposed to be rolling those for the bad guys, not the good guys. I mean, good job, Zariel. "48 points of damage as she lays 3 arrows into the back of the target before you. She lurches forward as she's now badly injured, facing off against Flux. Zariel gives a fist bump. I got her! Where we float over to Isaac's turn.
Alright. So I have to hop down from the ship right now. That's what's going on.
Yep.
Okay. I'm prone right now, right?
All of you were knocked prone.
Wait, hold on. Okay, there are two. We're just not in the same space there. It's half my movement to stand up, right?
Yep.
Would I be able to hop down somewhere onto here, or?
Oh yeah. I'm not going to count the moving across the top of the ship. The idea is you just hop over the side. It's a very narrow deck, right?
And then, so looking at it, right. How are they looking at that hover? I'm like, oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna cast on. Just need to make sure that my distance is correct for this. 1 second. Ah. There we go. Why do I not see that information on this? Oh, I see. Alright, there we go. Alright. So, Zariel's a bit too far away, I think, right now. So I'm gonna cast on Negarea. 6th level slot. Give me a DC 24 dex save.
Alright, Rhea successfully passes as the blast hits her in the back.
As the blast hits her in the back?
Yep, well, you're attacking from behind. She's facing off against Flux.
But you're implying though the spell hit her and didn't work? Like...
No, I'm just using figurative forms of language. You fired at her and missed.
Right.
She passed her dex save with a 19
Yeah.
on base roll plus the ability.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to be clear because I was a little confused by that. I wanted to make sure I wasn't like misinterpreting.
Yep.
Like magic resistance or something. Okay. Alright. I think that's me then. So.
Alrighty, after Isaac we have Bellamy. What do y'all think for Bellamy?
It's a good question.
Could cast Hold Person on Zariel. If I'm just looking through the handy spells. But legendary resistances.
That's true.
Or banishment, but again, legendary resistances. Plus, I'm not sure of her spell slots remaining. Just if anyone has a plan.
Oh, that's a touch spell. Well, Bellamy quite likes Rhea, so maybe she would want to see her hurt. So maybe she would try casting a Gaius on. Oh no, wait, it takes a minute to cast. Okay, forget that. Okay. It sounded good in my head until I read the spell details.
It's always hypnotic pattern if you want to go for something passive for what she pulls.
Yeah, how about that? She tries and hypnotizes Rhea and
I'm wondering if
No.
there's a way to oh, but it's every creature, I think.
You create system. Oh, okay, it's a 30-foot cube. God damn it. So the cube doesn't last though. It just appears then goes away.
Yeah, instantaneous effect, but it would hit flux as well. It's the only kicking thing.
Would you not be able to like cast it if it's like 30?
If you want to just go for the basic honor to make life easy, pull Unsettling Words. Even though it's a bonus action, at least it's something, right?
Yeah.
Because it's always tricky
Oh, wait.
to play someone else's character.
How about confusion on Rhea then? That's single target. No. God damn it. It's a 10-foot radius sphere.
That can be controlled. It's the cube that you had the issues with. Give me a second here. There you go. Pop one here and it only hits her.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the confusion one then. Oh.
Alright, if you want to toss that up in the chat, I'll give it a roll for Wisdom savings throw. Not the greatest for wisdom savings throws. However, that will be a pass. She does get past it with a... well, I rolled a 15. Alrighty. And rolling past, it's now her turn. She's gonna give a glare and take a ready action as she holds up her hand and says, "My blade!" Isaac's turn.
I guess Copy's gonna similarly get up. Wait, which Isaac is... I'm seeing now, I think I acted as Isaac Prime on the first turn, because they're both labeled as Isaac Blackdale here, but... Okay, good, alright, it was the correct one. I'm looking at the hit points on, hovering over them now. Yeah, sorry. Alright.
Oh, where's he at it right?
Copy Isaac's gonna do the same thing, get up, jump over, get onto here, and then I guess is gonna fire a firebolt at Negarea, because, I mean, he's low on options.
Alrighty, so you go ahead and fire a shot.
He did a good job. Everything at this point is basically a bonus.
32's a hit. Go ahead, roll damage. As the shot careens against her for 18 points of fire damage. Badly damaging her, bringing her down as she nears death.
Huh. Says I'm injured when I hover over her.
Probably just not updating. Should say near
Yeah.
death.
Cool.
Anything else for your turn?
No, that's pretty much all he can do at the moment, so that'll be the end of my turn.
Alrighty. Jade is up.
I'm just gonna hit F5. I think I'm desynced on a couple things.
So is the ship stopped now, or do I have to use my action to do so?
You need to use your action to propel the ship. So if you're not propelling the ship, it should logically stop. I have said this thing can drift if you wanted to, but if in this situation, you would have to make it move further. You're stuck where you presently are if you let go of the controls. The ship is,
Okay.
that is.
No, that's what I wanted to check. Because then I'm just going to jump down off the side.
Yep.
And does that use 10 feet of movement, or...
Oh no, it's just 10-foot drop.
feline swiftness so I can make it. I'm gonna go right here and hit her.
Alright, so you go ahead, roll your attack roll.
Do I have advantage, or does she have something to block that?
Oh, you have advantage, she's pinned. A 24, unfortunately, is a miss as it ricochets off the impressive armor she has. Anything else for Jade's turn?
No.
Alrighty. As your turn comes to a close, you have granted Fulminoxus advantage. And as you see Rhea standing before you, defiant and angry, glaring behind the helm as she holds her shield at the ready. Oh right, I forgot, Rhea disengaged. She didn't have her weapon. Oh no, she took a ready action. Right. She has taken a ready action, so you have full advantage swing on her. How quickly the tides of combat have changed. Alright, Jillian's gonna swing once again and gets a crit on the first one. Oh, jeez. Remember when I mentioned cheese graters? Oh. Also, I'm not sure if you're muted or if your mic's giving you trouble, Jillian. I ain't heard nothing. "48 points as you cleave their health away. You still got 2 swings left. Oh. See, that's the problem. Jillian just disconnected off the Discord because she swung too hard, pulling a 48 on that crit hit on against the bad guy. Discord's like, no! I was enjoying this story. I wanted to see it keep going. Seriously, Dean, could you do me a favor after today's game?
Yeah.
And make sure to just, like, get Jillian a drink or something. If it's vodka, perfect. If she drinks, like, oh, that's going to be a stressful run with that computer today for sure.
Sure, okay, I'll sort something out.
Just something positive. And Jillian's giving a quick reload on Discord there. We got a message pop up for her. Because, oh, that'd be a stressful day. A stressful day for sure.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, crystal clear.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna play Discord on my phone for the rest of the game because I'm really fed up with.
Yeah, that's not a fun way. That's breaking my heart. Like, that'd drive me mad if I was in your shoes. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So I've not forgotten about Zariel either. I'll just try to hit Rhea again and see what happens.
A 28
I don't know if that hits.
reflects off of her mighty shield as she holds her ground.
Okay.
Like I said, you can tell she's very near death. It won't take you much more effort to put her down.
Okay. Oh, another nat 20.
So of course you have to like beat her into the ground.
I think I'm just gonna knock her unconscious. I don't want to kill her.
Alright. So give an overhand swing and see how much damage you do to see if it's enough to put down Rhea Mantle.
Oh yeah,
Mantrell's
sorry.
last
I,
bite.
I shouldn't have assumed that it was enough. I'm sorry.
The honest truth is that you might roll ones. Lots and lots of... There's a few there. Holy crap. I didn't mean to jinx you. I really didn't mean to jinx you.
It's okay. No worries.
All of the d6s came as ones except one. Wowza, that's the only way. I thought for sure you had her.
They would have re-rolled if they were ones. Oh wait, not on my elemental damage. For the sake of prosperity, since I haven't stated it, I would just be using like force because I know force is pretty universal.
Oh, definitely.
Do you have any superiority dice left? Because the damage from that would double as well.
If you got a sneaky move that you can add on top.
I do have one left. When you hit, you can expend one superiority die and add to the total of the damage. Okay. When you hit with a weapon, you can expend to add the total of damage roll the next attack roll against the target by any attacker other than you has advantage until the start of your next turn. So I'll use a distracting strike.
Okay.
For 2d10 or 2d12 damage, I believe. Or should I just roll 1d12 and double it? What do you think?
If it's a crit, roll 2d12.
Okay.
Doubles the dice. For 11 points of damage. As the DM nods his head. Because that's enough to pop her to 0. But as you said, you don't want to kill her, just knock her out. And where you're using a melee attack with a melee sub-feature, adding to the damage roll of your melee attack, you do have that choice. As she drops to 0, you simply knock her out. And she collapses to the ground.
If I move my sword here, will it hit Zariel?
Yep, you can make it to her. I mean, there might be some argument for a hypotenuse of an angle, but I don't do that in D&D. I'm lazy. So definitely, she's within 15 feet.
Yeah, I'll try and hit her. Because I have not forgotten about her.
My rule is so long as they're not higher than long. I just make it a straight line, since everything's in squares. A 29 is a hit against Zariel. As your blade flies through the air. For 16 points of slashing damage from Torm's dancing thunderbolt. Zariel suddenly looks worried, the rate of combat quickly shifting against them.
So her speed is reduced by 10.
Yep.
I'll say, come and talk to us. Please, we'll spare her.
Which seems to have gained some attention from Zariel. She turns towards the group of you, looking angry as she's still rushing forward, but she's dead last on the initiative order. Oh my word, poor Zariel. She's on top of the initiative order and at the very bottom of the initiative order. Zariel makes a quantum circle around the entirety of initiative today. So messed up. So you'll find out Zariel's response on her turn, mind you. Anything else for Flux?
No, that's everything. That's my bonus action, and I'll move. No, I won't move. No, that's it.
All right. Milkrace is up, who has to clear enough to just get to the battlefield for this turn, right?
Yeah, I get there and then Pup stands up, takes the dodge action, and that's our turn.
And I'll pop you very close to the action, so that you don't have to worry too much about distance. Your character's
I have
also
180
flying,
foot fly speed, so...
Yep. Anywhere in about center, you're going to be fine. I'm not worried about putting a flight on you, since you can fly. There's no worries about, oh, you got to drop to the ground. I only put the 20 so you knew you're separate. As you make it to the area, but it takes all of your things.
Yeah.
Man, pat yourself on the back. You're keeping up with Jade, for God's sakes, when you're talking raw speed at this point. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And we roll around to Lulu's turn. She rolled the same as Judicator, and even though Judicator certainly outproduces her dex, After the ship took off, Lulu sort of had a whoa and got slingshotted forward a little bit as she flew off the shoulders. She was just sitting on the Judicator's shoulder. Flapping her wings, she spins around a bit through the air, hearing Flux call out. Lulu's gonna flap over and land on your shoulder and give a nod as she shakes her head a bit and regains her composure. Oh yeah, Zerial, what are you even doing fighting us? Come on. This isn't very polite. Anything for Alex's turn?
Am I still being held by the adjudicator?
Yes, no. If you don't jump down, he's probably going to fly over on his turn. Where you all have your initiatives so close, I'm bumping his turn back a little bit. Not something you can generally do, but before Judicator takes off, I'm giving you the choice if you just want to hop down. Judicator was expecting that they would be flying a good speed, but, well, Dan's like, boost time.
Okay. Right, so I'm gonna use my movement. So when my starry form has the dragon constellation, I have 20 feet of fly speed and can hover. So I'm gonna fly up and then use my action to go into my gold dragon shape. And then when I get the fly speed from that, I'll so that's minus, so it should be 80, but I already flew 20, so that would be 60. So I'm just gonna like hover over the group, but I'll be like 40 feet up, so I can like dive bomb Zariel if I need to.
Alrighty. That's it for your turn then?
I think I've got a bonus action left, but it would just be I'll do a. Why is spell slot on? I'll do a second level healing word on Flux to get her above 100. So you get 11 back.
Alright. And as your turn comes to a close, we focus on Archduke Zerial of Avernus. She takes notice of Flux, who downs Rhea, and turns back to Zerial. Zerial notices the most important thing that you did here, Jillian. When you struck with the flat of your blade against Rhea to knock her down as opposed to killing her, this seems to have caught the Archduke's attention. And she takes you on your words as she flies and slams down into the ground in front of you, chain attached to a mace on her arm, hitting the snow as she looms for a moment, glaring. She may have had a monologue or something fancy and strong to say, but the moment Lulu landed on your shoulder, her conviction seemed broken, eyes going a bit wide, head tilting back some. She says, "That's not possible, Lulu?" Then looks back towards the group, squinting her eyes. What in the nine hells is going on here? But she takes no actions in this combat. Not attacking, not striking, it appears. She's listening to Flux. So with that, I'm going to pause the combat tracking order for the moment. You all have free reign to act, so long as it's not directly combative. That would trigger combat to go further, you know, if you make an attack or do something sneaky or underhanded.
Well, if we're out, or if we're in pseudo initiative or outside the initiative, would heal spell cause any trouble?
You'd get away with a single action for something passive like that to do healing. You come up, You'll definitely be glared at the whole time by your opponents, keeping an eye on you. But they're not making any action against you at the moment. Well, I should just say she. You've got her badly outnumbered. I mean, yowza.
I'll heal Flux is the first thing I'll do.
And what's up, Kieran?
Sorry to do this. With it being 2 o'clock, I actually have some errands I have to attend to, so I don't really have much time from here.
Oops, sorry, I just got a message at the same time. And yeah, by all means, but I'm just going to close out today's. I'll have the recording up so you'll get whatever's missed at this point. But just before we cut for next week's break, as much as I'd love to on the cliffhanger, I'll give a few moments for the party to have their parlay before we do that.
I'll pop up and I'll catch up. So, thanks for the game.
Always good, bud. You have yourself a good one.
See you later.
See ya.
I just feel after Jillian managed to survive when the DM brought up the mission, survive, against her, I figured I'd want to give you the chance to at least ask a question or two if you had anything up your sleeve before we cut today's session.
Who sent you?
She'll shoot a glare and give a shake of her head. No one. We run. And we survive.
What did I do to you? What do you think that I did to you?
She looks down towards you again, seems to shoot another glare looking across the party. All of you. Well, she points at Bellamy, not her. I don't know her. But the rest of you. We fought our way out of Avernus. When we tried to escape, you cut us down. There were 3 of us, but you saw to it to take him out, and Lulu with him. So how is she alive?
Are you familiar with multiple universes?
Her eyes slowly, very slowly narrow as she starts to take a breath, and you can tell she's probably about to tell you off. Until you see someone else walk up beside you, arms folded. The 2 Zariels seem to lock eyes for a moment as realization comes upon this one, the other one twirling a feather in her fingers. Zariel nods. The Archduke Zariel nods towards Flux. I am aware.
We didn't do this to you. Some version of us did, but it wasn't us. And like for effect, I'll kiss Lulu on the top of the head and be like, I would never hurt her.
Lulu giggles. This caused somewhat of a confused look on Zariel as she leans back and folds her arms. This is very confusing. I will need to confirm that this is the case. But you, the group of you, never in the 9 hells did I see someone as evil and perverse as your destructive force as you wiped Avernus clear. Yet here you stand, bastions of hope. I sense no evil standing before me, and you didn't even cut Rhea down. This is disconcerting for sure.
We've actually encountered the forms of ourselves that I think that you've met, and they tried to kill us too. Something's really, really broken, and I think we're better working together than against each other.
She seems to grit her teeth a bit and squint her eyes some more. It is very hard to trust you, Flummonoxus. And I'll note, she says Flum, not Fulminoxus, the previous name, because we've corrected that long since. But apparently, your doppelganger spells it the other way, because that's fun.
Yeah, I like that touch.
She gives a nod and says, Flummonoxus, out of all of them, you were by far the most devastatingly dangerous in combat, which makes you the hardest to understand speaking here. You don't talk, you simply kill. So to see this is strange.
Well, it's kind of a survival mode thing. I'm not really a big talker.
You
Who's
notice
this?
Judicator walking over towards you, the big gigantic mechanical angels thing. Crouching down beside Rhea as it's inspecting her injuries. Same to Dean's character Alec inspecting yours. He doesn't seem to be making any outward motions at the moment.
I will drop a first level cure wounds on her just to get her up.
Zariel, as she crouches down to look towards Lulu, says, "You need to understand. There's only one reason I truly believe you." As Rhea starts to come through from the cure wounds. Blinking, looking around, jumping for a moment, Judicator puts a hand on her shoulder and she comes to a dead stop. He simply nods. Her eyes as well focus on Lulu, to the point that she reaches a hand up and lifts up the plate over her face.
Sorry.
You can't help but wonder just how many years this Rhea has seen. No longer the young, spunky warrior. She's at least mid-40s and looks primed for battle. But even her face softens as she looks towards Lulu, who blinks a few times. Zariel crouching down, extending out a hand to cusp the side of Lulu's head as she gives it a rub. Lulu looking happy and enjoyable, though this done slowly, unless Fulminoxus decide that Zariel doesn't need to have that other hand either.
No, it's fine. She's not gonna hurt her, I don't care.
Zariel makes one final point before we cut for the... She looks up and says, "In ours, we didn't have heroes who came to do anything. You all came to this city that I had taken, her city, El Turel. You pillaged it, destroyed it, took what you could, and then made your way to hell. But she survived and stood up in a world without heroes, and kept fighting, kept going." Zariel will even take the moment to pick Lulu up into the air, spinning her around a little bit, Lulu giggling, as Zariel's basically playing airplane with her, before setting her back down. In the end, she even convinced me to stand with her, along with this warrior, one of my old generals, by the name of Cavor.
Striking Cavor.
She pauses, shoots her glance back towards you and nods. "You cut him and Lulu down. They held our escape so we could get out of Avernus, into the next lair of hell. And we vowed we'd make our way back, at the very least, and have our vengeance against you. And the heavens gave us him," as she indicates towards Judicator.
We have a really similar experience. Actually, we lost Rhea, and I'll just kind of look at her for a second. She was similar to this version, and we lost Strike and Dusty as we knew him. And this whole time, we've just been trying to find a way to bring our friends back.
Zariel gives a slight frown at this, looking towards Rhea and the Judicator, as the two of them seem to be recovering, or at least Rhea is. Well, then this begs the question. Which is the route to take now? You mentioned multiverses in multiple times. Clearly, we're not from the same. But perhaps our interests are overlapping. She pauses and looks towards Rhea. What say you?
I say we're better together than apart.
Rhea leans a little forward, coughing somewhat from the beatdown she's been given. Still shoots Flux somewhat of a glare. You can tell, even though she's accepting what's being told. A couple decades running through all 8 layers of hell have left her jaded, and you don't see any trust left in her eyes.
That's fair.
Let's be honest, though. If Courtney was here, Bellamy would be doing a charisma check. So who wants to give me a persuasion roll?
Who has rolled? I think Dan should do it because you've not got to do much other than drive the ship.
Drive the ship and cut the plot forward by a whole turn. Turn to battle in a heartbeat. Big moments. I messaged him, you sure you don't want to use the Ichor? He's like, oh, I'm using the Ichor. So Dan, you go ahead and give us a quick roll for Bellamy on her...
You okay?
Because we're a bit on time now, so...
Yeah.
First, just having a bad dream. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second.
So, just so I understand, what she's trying to persuade on?
To fight together with you all, as Flux brought up. We're better together than alone. Zariel has deferred to Rhea on this. So has the Judicator, as it looks towards her as well.
Well, Courtney has said Bellamy was crushing on Rhea before, but I don't know if she would actually use her point of inspiration, so I will use Jade's point of inspiration to give advantage on it.
I'll allow it. It's a little backwards for how that would work, we know, but I'll allow it because there's no way to confirm. So you go ahead, roll with advantage on a persuasion.
Worst case scenario, Jade now has proficiency in persuasion. He helps Bellamy.
Oh, that's fair.
Because I have that class feature.
Good cop, bad cop. So you go ahead, give it a roll, see what she gets, because I think her persuasion's still going to be the top of the team.
Yep,
Because I think she's
17.
like, yeah. Yeah. With a 32. She just leans into Rhea. It's like, come on. Take a look at us. I'll even cast some spell for detect good and evil so you know we're alright. It's all good. We're friends. We fought together. Or, something of the sort. I wish Courtney was here to do the speech because that's half the fun. And Nilkrace throws a flash of genius on.
Nilkrace just kind of nudges her a little closer and, forces them to hug. Because that was a Bellamy thing.
Well, if we're doing Flash of Genius, you could even have her go, or you could even have Nilkrace go, well, Flux almost kicked both your butts solo. I think together. Oh my. With a big, massive roll on top of there.
So 42.
Rhea will slowly stand as she holds her helm under her shoulder. Yeah, in the 40s there.
38, sorry, my apologies.
She pauses and looks around and says, well, perhaps the lot of you would come in handy, because I might know of something that will help us turn the tides on our respective foes, and fighting alongside you all, well, I'll certainly learn how to strike down any darkened versions of you that I might fall into combat with, all the better. But I have a secret, why we've been fighting so hard to come to the 8th. Rhea gives a nod as she levies her shield down, taking it off one arm, the ground thudding and shuddering under the weight of such a thing. As she picks up her other blade as Ariel passes it back, though backwards, and putting it in the sheath. She looks back towards the party. I know the location of an ancient mythical kingdom. Thought rumors are legends, but we've been down here a few years, traversing, and we found it. But we just can't find a way in.
You talking about Kintyre?
Rhea turns her head towards, tilts it a bit and says, yes, the fabled legendary city. You know of it.
Yeah.
Well, I found it. I know where it is. We just can't make our way in, and it's guarded by so many devils. We got there once, but there's a barrier. We just can't get through it. Maybe with the offensive capacity you all have, together, we might be able to pierce it.
I think we got options.
And on that, as you now have a different way to find Kintyre, we'll go ahead and pause for the week.
That was a good game.
It was a good time. And
I'm sorry, I got so grouchy. I just was so frustrated with the computer. I really couldn't handle.
it was one of those moments the DM's like, I'm gonna take the big bads and they're gonna kidnap the dangerous fighter because she's torn to crap out of things, and I'm gonna give her that hat nod, and we take you off to the side and suddenly your computer's like, no, I'm gonna give you a bad day today. Breaks my heart. Oh, I hate when that happens on a player. That's rough, Jillian.
Yeah. I do have a question for you, Alan.
Yo.
Did you teleport because you read my features?
No. I teleported because
Okay.
statistically in a fight it was the ultimate thing to do. If you try to move away from an enemy in combat and they have Sentinel or anything else like that, you don't get to. But
Yeah,
if you
it just felt really bad because you like teleport and then like walk through double attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
I just had to.
I will be completely 100% honest with you. I did not scour your features to counter like that. That's not cool. No, he honestly did a teleport, Judicator did, to move the 10 feet away from you. Because anyone crazy enough to rush into physical close-end combat against an angel is good at physical close-end combat. They know that. So they did the smartest thing and stuck away from you. Let's be honest.
Fair enough. I just, again, like, based off what happened, I had to ask.
I can't blame you any. And if I did manage to checkmate, I'm kind of proud of myself, and I give myself a pat on the back and say, good job, Judicator. You were paranoid, and it paid off, and that's exactly what you were meant to do. Because I'm like, if he's getting in close range, he's going to F you up. Get out of there. But we got that. It was good to go. And on the plus side of things, hey, look at this. You've now got 3 exceptionally powerful NPC add-on allies added to the pile. They're all now fighting with you guys as opposed to against you guys.
Yeah, I was super
Thank
worried.
you, Jillian, for the non-lethal.
Yep.
No, well, it was Rhea. I was not going to kill Rhea.
Yeah.
A very, very good choice. Knocking her down into death, wouldn't, as you know, might have problems in hell.
I don't believe in any reality where Rhea is evil, so.
Nope. I got a kick out of Kieran saying a nega Raya for like nega, the Darkwing Duck and all that sort of stuff for the alternate evil version. And I'm like, but she's not evil. I can't call her that.
I get super worried when Isaac started slinging spells at Rhea, and I'm like, can't non-lethal them, man.
Yeah, the disintegrate in particular was
That spooked me. She only had 110 health.
Yep.
And then I rolled like a 16 on the deck save, and I'm like, oh, she gets to survive. Oh my word. No, so that was a KO for sure. But I'm not joking. You do now have 3 very powerful NPCs on your side. As a spoiler for this week, I will throw up Zariel, the actual Archduke version that I'm using here. I'm going to put that into the characters page, so it's going to show up under players, so you can all give a read through on that.
I have a question for the more lawyer-like minded amongst us. What was our... I don't want to say... We didn't make a formal deal with Mephisto, did we? We just said we would...
Oh,
We
Right.
didn't. That we said we would help him home. He took it completely different than what we said.
don't you remember the important thing said to you by Gargoth? A verbal contract ain't worth the paper it's written on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at, because as I was saying, Alex the most like me, so he's also the most petty of my characters. So if he can do something while giving the 2 fingers up to Mephisto and Gargoth, he's probably going to do that.
Yep.
But I was just wondering what we actually said we would do, and we said we would.
We said we would help him home.
Oh, with
No,
Gargoth. Gargoth's deal
Or-
is very
sorry,
straightforward.
Sorry,
That's-
Gargoth or
You're
No,
still in lockdown on that deal.
Mephisto.
The
Yeah,
Mephisto
yeah.
deal was, hey, go here, get that, then I'll send a ton of my troops and generals with you to go take Kintyre. You'll be entirely enthralled to me. The DM's
Okay.
gonna lean in on the mic and give you the meta info. Half the reason he kept Gargoth around for that party afterwards is so Gargoth could have wrote him up a contract to lock you all in. However,
Yeah, we're not locked in contract with that right now. It's only a verbal agreement.
And we didn't say when we would go back after we found out how to get there. So we could find out, go there, then go back and tell him, by the way, that's how you get in, see you later.
and looky, because you didn't cut Rhea down, you have an alternate path to get to Kintyre on your own. Some fun thoughts for next week, for whichever way you want to go.
And the other thing was what we wanted from there was to get Zerial's feather. We have Zerial's feather, so we
Yep.
don't need him to send us there no more.
Yeah.
Zerial was near activating her feather until Judicator stopped attacking because Lulu is adorable. DM's
Right,
like,
so-
party, can you keep Lulu alive in hell? And the party's like, haha, can we? You all limped at a battle and Lulu's like come out tiptoeing a few times like, I'm not even hurt.
So the Adjudicator is basically another version of Dusty. So if we were able to pull the mask off of him, we would have seen his face.
Judicator is a 7.5 foot tall monstrosity covered in armor from head to toe with a gigantic blade of Avernus, both of its arms made of clockwork along with its legs, given to them as they entered hell.
Robo Dusty.
DM
Like
points a
Robocop.
finger, maybe.
That was a thick sesh.
Oh yeah.
That was
And next week, you'll be steps closer to Kintyre as we start to enter into one hell of a last final dungeon for this one. It's going to be a good time. I got to do some drawings. Oh my word. So yeah, we're a fair bit over today, but that's mostly for plot. I'll get that tossed up so Kieran can see it. But yeah, after all the hard work, I didn't want to rob you all of the few answers that were given out at this point. Two
Yeah.
confused parties meet each other. You're the bad guys. No, you're the bad guys. And they fight it out, and both parties are like, is this the old TV trope where the two good guy teams meet each other?
We all the bad guys.
Oh my word. Oh.
that's quite the hit point pull on Archduke Zariel.
580? Oh, that's
Yeah.
not bad. I should have showed you what Judicator had. Ugh. He ain't no monk. When your health's in the thousands and your challenge rating is above 35, not many things can topple you.
Sorry, fucking excuse me.
Sorry. I did say heaven sent them their absolute strongest angel, one that has more authority than Zerial, one that when Nilkrace looked at, he was like, oh, that thing could topple a Tarsk, and I don't even know what a Tarask is. I said it both ways this time. I'm going to treat it like Asmodeus, because I can't get it right.
Out of curiosity, would that be an Imperium?
It might be. I'll have to look at my lore a little close, because I've been reading up on dragons. So I'd have to look. It's a bullshitium, that's what it is.
No,
DM
the
looked at a whole-
Judicator.
No, that's what I mean. He's that thing's a bullshitium at the moment. I did have a build for it, but I kind of lost it, and I was looking at dragons too much recently. But I do know about where they sit, and they are quite powerful. So I do have a stat block. Don't get me wrong. I just don't put them on the recordings for weird characters. But you'll have them for next week for both Rhea, Mantlemorn, Elturel's Last Light, and the Judicator, the overpowered NPC of Doom.
And I will point out now, since we keep running into them, Jade will share what the Apocalypse Blade does.
It'll be a sit down afterwards. Oh, okay, guys, I'm gonna tell you what this does. And Flux like speaks up. A +5 bonus. Jade's like, yeah, and she's like 3d8 attack. Yeah. Oh, you've seen this, or 3d10 attack. My bad. Exceptionally powerful. I'll go ahead and I'm gonna go change permissions on it so everybody is considered an observer. And I'll even it's there, so you'll see the Apocalypse Longsword. It's a carryover from Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 with the powers I gave it, mixed with 5th edition. Dangerous. It's a +5 blade. Try to figure that out.
Yeah, watch out for the negative effects, though.
Big bad negative effects. However, Rhea's able to wield them without the negative effect. As you notice, she has a longsword built the same way. a true champion of heaven, or something like that. I'm being too optimistic here.
I'm kind of getting future Trunk vibes from Rhea just now.
A little bit, with all the weird. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm gonna hop off, but thank you very much for the game, and sorry I was a cranky.
Oh my word, Jillian! I would have flipped my computer through the air if that was happening to me. You did a lot better than I would have done. I'm gonna be honest. I would be a mad owl.
Enjoy your Sunday, everyone, and I hope everyone gets a long weekend.
Oh, definitely yes. Hope you're all off tomorrow. Who can be off? You have yourself a wonderful one, Jillian.
Bye.
And if the rest of you ain't got questions, but I think Dan, I think I just cut you off.
Yeah, no, you said I hope everyone's off. No, it's my normal day off, so it's just it's paid.
Oh, that's not bad then. At least a paid day off is a paid day off.
So I still get my 2 days off, but I get a 7-day work week or a 6-day work week of pay.
Oh, that's nice. An extra day is always awesome. An extra day paid when you don't have to work, I mean. So yeah. That's good then. Kick up the feet and relax. I'm going to be tomorrow. I'm probably just going to play Final Fantasy, let's be honest. But if there are no further questions on this one, I'm going to go ahead and duck out.
Yeah, I think I just need to digest the story beats.
I just keep throwing more plot out there. Alrighty, guys. You have yourselves a great week. I'll check y'all next week.
All right, thanks for the game.
All right, thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Always a pleasure,
Thanks.
guys.
Have a good one.
Night.